Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Was almost going to time that one on this enormous. This is what happens when you can't go in department stores anymore. Well, you can, or you're doing all your shopping at home. I bought this watch because it was on sale beyond on sale, plus a zillion discounts from like Kohl's or something. And it looked really nice because I wanted a spare watch. The kinds of watches I wear, it's more economical, more frugal when a watch stops to kind of throw it away and get a new one rather than spend $10 at the jewelry shop and replace a battery. So I'm like, you know what? The watches I've got, they've been kind of running for a while. This is kind of pretty. We got all these discounts from this retailer. Let's just pull the plug, and if it's under like 10 or 12 bucks, 15 bucks, let me buy a watch and I'll have it. And this one looked really nice. And scale, man, you lose a sense of scale when you're on the interwebs. So I don't know if you can see this, but it's like maybe if I put it here, it's half the size of my head, but I don't know if that really that shows you the scale of it. I'll put it on my wrist and you'll see. As soon as it came in the mail, I was excited about it. I opened the box and then I literally felt like Flava Flav or Flava Dave. I'm like, what time is it, boy? So I can't really wear this like anywhere. And then my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, says, well, no, you know, it's ridiculously big, but apparently that's kind of the style. If you're flashy and you're rich, it's one of the things that you do to show off. You plop this on your wrist and you're like, yes, I'm a busy guy because look how much I need to look at the time, especially since everybody basically uses one of these to look at their time anyway. But I'm like, no, first of all, I'm neither flashy nor rich by any stretch of the imagination. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe I'll grow to like it. I'm just embarrassed to wear it. Because I figure if I put this on, I go like parading down the street, or as Van Morrison would say, promenading down funky Broadway till the cows come home. I'm sort of like, hey, I can't imagine someone passing me by, no matter what shirt I'm wearing, and I just bought some cheap new shirts, and what pants I've got on, or if it's cold and I'm wearing a hat, they're gonna be like, oh, Big Ben. I'm like, yeah, I know. But I do have this beautiful spare watch. Now, I think it is pretty, you know, gotta give it that. When it does, it even has the date on it, which I've got to change, because today is October 24th, 2020, and this is the 769th edition of the Dave's Gone By, Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, who will be joining us quite shortly, I hope. And what else? What else do I need to tell you? First of all, yes, 769 of these. Most of them were audio. Last couple of years were video. Hey, babe.
What are you talking about, David?
Well, I was talking about this glorious timepiece, which, what was it, $8?
What time is it, hon?
I don't know. Yeah, I hate to, which is the one where is it farsighted? Where you have to hold your watch like this just to actually see what time it is? Like, oh, I have to break my wrist in order to see the minute hand. It's like, anyway.
What time is it? Can you make up
You know what time it is, right?
I know the time.
But it's time for Dave's Gone By, because we're here from 9 until noon or thereabouts.
Potato wants to know if you call out for a doctor for his bad
Oh, can you bring, when you put your stuff down, can you bring over a little Papito? Papito had an accident this week. Papito, of course, is the small version of one of these. Hey. So he's a beautiful little baby potato, even though actually all of these guys were created back in 1996. But look at this. He was playing, and he was the box that this watch came, even if the watch was worthless, and it is going to be worthless for my buying powers, in the box that this came in was, yes, it's a sack of cocaine. So, no, check this out. It's a pillow.
Oh,
They actually put the watch around or on a pillow.
it's the
in
only
this-
thing that could contain it, honey.
What was it?
It's the only thing that could contain the size of that.
That's right. It was much for any bigger. It would actually need like a My Pillow from that guy on those commercials. But yeah, so this I've got to say is almost more fun than having this. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. And immediately Pepito saw this and said, "Oh, I could really sleep cozy on that." He was trying to sleep.
Somebody says,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It goes with the jellyfish shirt. Ha ha ha. Flavor name.
Flavored. Thank you. Well, that was who said that? Thank you very much, Karen. Well, thank you, Taryn.
Darren. D.
Darren. Well, Darren, Karen, Taryn. Welcome. Who else? I see some other names. Who says hi?
I'm going in. I gotta go into the.
Oh, she's gonna load in the
I gotta do the
chat on the watch party. But
Yeah,
anywho, so Pepito, he was trying to sleep on his pillow. His little head slid down, fell on the floor. He broke something, even though they have no bones, as far as I'm, ow! Don't touch me there. How many times have I heard that? But he's okay. He's all right. Joyce put a little Band-Aid on him.
Somebody's sending you laughing stuff.
Well, good. I'm hoping people are they're laughing. They are so.
She said Darren, like on the witch. She said it's a pillow for the potato head. They're very confused. I can't do the watch party. I become like, I don't know.
Well, hold on. You are getting very. No, I don't want you falling asleep. You are getting very interested. You are getting very drawn into and hypnotized by this program. Dave's gone by. When I'm hearing myself.
I couldn't fix it, David. I got a lot going on.
Hold on. Joyce has to mute the other computer there.
I want to do a watch party. Why don't we do it?
We're doing. Look, hon. I'm doing my own watch party. Yes, indeed.
I can't do a watch party.
I don't know. Facebook changes every week. Every week, Facebook is like, we've redesigned our site. Don't you love it? It's like, no, bring me back to Facebook 6 months ago. It was just fine. It's like, we've added this. We've taken away and hidden that, which most people don't need, but you might. Too bad. But look at the new Facebook. I don't know where it is. I don't know how to do anything on new Facebook. Everybody tampers with what was new, But anyway, let me tell you what's going to be on this episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the stream for this Saturday, October 24th, 2020. So, yeah, there's this. There's holding up a potato, putting a Band-Aid on it, making fun of stuff. That's like the early part of the show. That's before anything really starts to go on. We also do our Greeley crimes and old... And we can get a watch party up, we will. But we do Greeley Crimes and Old Times, which is based on columns that appear in the Greeley Tribune newspaper up in northern Colorado, where Joyce and I used to live. That's a lot of fun, and it also saves me the work of actually doing material, because I just grab it right out of the newspaper. We also will go very briefly inside Broadway for some Broadway news. Not a lot this week. We had a whole bunch the week before when the Tony nominations came out and a bunch of people died. Here, a couple of people died, someone pretty important. So we're doing the segment and kind of a puzzler for you, for folks who aren't theater people. What movie star is thinking of doing a classic Broadway musical in Espanol, in España? I'll leave you to puzzle that one out. So we'll tell you all that on Inside Broadway. Plus we have, what else we're gonna do? We may do Dave's Big Dictionary. This is where I grabbed this book, or actually my wife does, which is the Webster's Dictionary going all the way back to, when is this? Well, it's back when David Goralnik was the general editor. I'm sure you all remember that. Most recent edition was 1966. So no words since then in this beautifully preserved book where, if there's time, Joyce will thumb through it at random, open to a...
They're cracking up over their coffee, but I can't do a watch party.
It's all right. Well, then just join me in the show and respond to people who are posting right here. If you can't do a watch party, just watch right here and get your friends to watch on Dave's Gone By on this Facebook page. And it's always great to see you every Saturday morning. So yeah, we'll have Dave's Big Dictionary, and this is where I will, at random, Joyce will put her finger down on a page, on a word, and then at some point later in the show, I've got to extemporize for 5 or 10 minutes of whatever comes into my head, an anecdote, a thought, just word salad coming out of whatever I think about involving that word. Because I have the ego at this point to do this unscripted and make believe that I can hold a camera for 5 or 10 minutes talking about absolutely nothing off the top of my head. That's this show. What else are we going to have? We have on this episode of the Dave's Gone By program our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Where are we going? We're going to divide Colorado. Yes, we're going to divide the red part of the state from the blue part. No, there's actually a town in Colorado called Divide. And so when I saw that, I was like, aha, I must make a disgusting little 5-line poem about it. And I have. So our Colorado Limerick of the Damned will be devoted to divide. It'll be divided to devote also. And 2 other things, most important parts of the show this Saturday in the middle of October. First of all, we'll have our Today, Yesterday quiz featuring our longtime friends and very active friends recently on the show, Leslie Hoban Blake and David Sheward. They are both theater critics, very smart people, and they are both folks who enjoy playing our trivia game. It's called Today, Yesterday. Here's our $1 million, the budget that I didn't spend on this watch went for this prop. I ask questions, trivia questions about this date in history, October 24th, from 500 years ago, 200 years ago, 10 years ago. And then these panelists get the questions and try to answer them. So do you. You can play along at home. It's the Today, Yesterday trivia quiz for October 24th. And fingers crossed, joining Leslie and David on this particular Today, Yesterday will be the person we'll be talking to before them, our guest, a musician who's been doing this for quite a few years now. He was on MTV kind of during MTV's heyday with his band, a real New Yorkie, Bronxy Irish band called Black 47. So especially if you were living in New York, if you listened to college radio or even some of the more commercial radio in that period, you probably heard Funky Kaylee, which was their big hit. You heard some other stuff because they were very political and very rousing because they were playing in downtown clubs and bars all over New York, and then of course all over the country and all over the world. And the leader and head songwriter and singer of Black 47 is a guy named Larry Kirwan. Well, Larry, and forgive me, I might be mispronouncing, it might be Kirwan, but I think it's Kirwan, Kirwan. As a matter of fact, that's why we're calling this episode Cur Your Enthusiasm. What time is it? So he is still singing and songwriting and playing. He obviously has not been touring, and Black 47 broke up a couple of years ago, but he's still performing and doing. And most of all, he's been playwriting and songwriting. He's got 2 different musicals that he's been working on that he hopes will come to Broadway at the point that one hopes Broadway reopens. One of them is Desert Rose. Another one is not American Idiot, American, I think of American because it had a flag when it was playing off Broadway. It's called Hard Times. Nothing, I think, to do with the Studs Terkel book, but both of those musicals he's been in development with producers that will be trying to bring them to New York in a big way over the next couple of years. So we're very excited to be having Larry Kirwan on Dave's Gone By. It'd be great if it was St. Patrick's Day, right? Or around that time, like when we had Patty Maloney of the Chieftains on, and it was just around that era. It was great, but we'll make believe. We're kind of far away. We're just 2 weeks back of Sukkot. So, in honor of Sukkot, we turn our etrogs green. I'm not complaining. Well, maybe I'm complaining a little bit. what I am doing is playing our theme song, and it goes, well, our intro. I can't play the song anymore because of copyright issues, but I can play our intro for Dave's Gone By.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. There goes the Daverhood. And there was much rejoicing.
Didn't your meds kick in yet?
Yeah, David Lefkowitz here. He's a Long Island arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's Gone By. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Thank you, Joe Franklin. He actually, I always say that intro is a combination of things that were legitimately said by guests who were on this program, like the Joe Franklin stuff. And then there's the Gilbert Gottfried quote, who was a guest on this show, but that's from him talking about Joan Rivers. And who else? I think, another radio guy. I was just checking him out again a day ago on the web. Oh, he used to be on WOR late night, and I'm so sorry for suddenly blanking on his name. But anyway, he was a fine guest. What was that, Ben? Well, Facebook has somehow hidden and dismantled the watch party feature. So instead, just watch us here, right here, every Saturday on this Facebook page. And remember that the archives are davesgoneby.com. Dave's Gone By like my name. I'll tell you more about that in a bit. But what do I want to talk? Let's see. A couple of things happened this week. Nothing big, right? Thank God. Nothing horrible. Nothing terrible. But something that just made me go like, oh, really? Really? This is my life. This is everybody's life now. What do? We get up. We go to work. A lot of people get to work from home. I don't most days of the week. I have to drive in a couple of miles, stay in the office, do that work, bore myself to tears half the time, and then come home, make food, eat, watch TV, work on my own stuff, and then go to sleep, rinse, repeat. Even on the weekend. Where do I go? Not going to the theater, not going into Manhattan, just kind of like going day to day to day. So any little new wrinkle or any little bit of not excitement, but difference in my life is a big thing. Any little treat that I can get is a thing. Like last week, I was so excited and so thrilled and delighted because I was, this should tell you the level to which my life has sunk. But I'm in the supermarket week after week after week, and I'm noticing on the shelves where we buy like chocolate syrup, whether it's Nesquik or Fox's You Bet, because Jewish family. And then sometimes I'll grab vanilla syrup because I like that a lot. I tried the coffee syrup a little much, but and in that aisle for weeks, they had one bottle of Fox's, I don't think they call it, it was Fox's syrup, malt syrup. Malt syrup. What the hell, right? So my dad for years loved malted. He loved them, but I'm like, I grew up. I finally decided eventually in my 30s that I liked the taste of beer. I despised it when I was growing up, and I realized it wasn't even the alcohol. It was the malty, yeasty flavor in it. So I'm like, ooh, I'm tempted to. There's one bottle left in. On the shelves here, one bottle of this malt syrup, but it's it didn't open, it wasn't tampered with, but whatever was around it kind of either leaked or got sticky or got schmutz on it. So
how do you go, Dave?
Well, thank you. I'm going. And I'm looking at it, and I know nobody else wants to touch it. Nobody else wants to buy it. I don't want to buy it because it's got malty or chocolatey, yeasty drippings just down the top a little bit. And it's plastic. There's around it, but you know how you don't want to buy something in a store that's got schmutz on it. Just like if you see all the apples in the bin, you're going to get the one that is the least dinged or has the least likely bit of blight on the side of it. So and week after week, I'm passing this malt thing. I'm like, okay, one they get, if they had a clean one, if they get a new fresh shipment in, I'll grab one and I'll put it in my milk and have a nice treat besides my regular egg cream. Okay. And week after week, I'm finally saying, God damn it, what am I waiting for? I'm buying everything on the interwebs anyway, right? Except the basic provisions for dinner. Just buy it. Let me just find the place that stocks this stuff, or Fox's company itself. Buy it, and then I go looking for it, and nobody's got it. It's like out of stock. They had it. You find it in these weird websites that are coming somewhere from Wuhan, China, and even there, it was like 18,000 yen. But sorry, we don't have it. And I'm like, uh-oh. And now this is amazing. I've been looking at this bottle for 3 months in the supermarket. They've never restocked it for obvious reasons, and nobody's bought it. But now I'm like, oh my God, I have to get what? Nobody. It's the puppy in the dog, the pet store, right? Is that puppy that is sitting there and just getting older and older, while all the cuter little puppies, all the the ones that aren't mutts are being snapped. All the dachshunds are going. The cane terriers they're out of there. People who specifically want a pit bull, but there's the mutt. It's part shepherd, part Doberman, part whatever, and he's just getting older, and pretty soon they're going to give him the needle. But it's like, there it is, and it's there. But once I realize I can't get it anywhere else, and I may never have it, it becomes the holy grail. I'm like, the malt bottle! I need to go shopping now! And I can't wait to get out of work. And I'm just, oh my God, I hope it's there. Didn't think of it for 2-3 months. It was sitting there just like, I don't want to touch that. Now it's like, I must have it. So I go and I get it and I grab it. I take it home. And Joyce was kind enough like a week ago to make me not just like a malted milk, but she threw some ice cream in there and made like a real ice cream soda malted like you would get back in the 1950s, or like I would imagine you would get back then because I wasn't even born. And it was unbelievably fabulous, right? And that it didn't make my week. It made a nothing day, and suddenly made it all seem worthwhile, because it's you, Joyce, and the malted bottle, and you should know it. With each step, I don't even remember the lyrics.
My page is unavailable, but it did.
Oh no! Oh dear.
I know. I'm trying to make a watch party, and Facebook killed me.
Facebook is having its issues, as always. But so that's one little moment of joy in my miserable existence. All right, I'm malted with little malted milk, and then Joyce is saying, you can always get malted powder. What do you think Ovaltine is? I'm like, well, all right, but let me enjoy the syrup. Let me. It isn't going to be, mad. You don't have to stir it that much. Like powder, and it's not going to sit and cake on the side of the thing. It's syrup, right? It's perfect. And then there's another thing that I think will make me happy. So growing up, Passover every year, big, unbelievable pain in the ass, right? Because everything, got to take all the dishes, change them out. But we used to have like 30 people for Passover Seders when I was growing up. And just, once we had a house, we moved out of Brooklyn and just, had to expand the dining room table and the dining room, and then have some people in the kitchen and have to bring up and down with the chairs and clean it and do, and it was also, it fell to me. I mean, I took some pride in this, but I was also, what a pain of making charoset, which is one thing if you're making it for 2 or 3 people, but it's quite another if you've got to make a giant bowl. That's got to be 30 for 2 nights, and then you hope you have left over, so you have to make the damn stuff again if you want to eat it during the week. And charoset is delicious. If you don't know, if there are goyim watching who don't know what it is, it's this concoction that is intentionally supposed to look like mud, like the bricks that Jews made the pyramids with. And because all pyramids were made out of apples, cinnamon, nuts, and wine, and in various permutations, this is how you make Karoset. You chop and you shave the apples and you make your knuckles raw because you hit it on the cheese grate. Oh, unbelievable pain in the balls. But karoset was one of the things that got you through the holiday, right? Because it tasted so good. It got you through the Seder. Here I am, you're 8 years old, and they're making you sit there and eat horseradish, right? Now I like, if you put a little fish, a little horseradish or sushi, I'm like, ooh, yeah, horseradish works, the green stuff I like. Not when you're 8. When you're 8, horseradish is like going to the doctor. Horseradish on a piece of lettuce or bitter herb. What child doesn't love to eat that and sit through an hour and a half of reading from a book and a hard-boiled egg? It's like, oh, good Lord. But then you get to the apple, cinnamon, nut, and wine concoction on a piece of matzah. And it's, oh, well, this was worth waiting for. This, yes, thank you. God, you did all this crap, but had you just given me charoset, it would have been enough. Dayenu, thank you, right? So, so there was that to look forward to. And then there's all these restrictions, as you know, on Passover, all these things you can't eat, all these things you can't do. First 2 days, last 2 days, can't go, can't do this, can't do. Plus the whole 8 days long, no bread, no, depending on which sect of Judaism, beans or no beans, everything has to have a circle P on the box if you want to eat it. You can't have this, and you can make your homemade Passover cakes, which were actually really, really tasty. These vanilla cakes or chocolate ones with frosting, you make them. They're, annoying, but they're easy to make. Pop them in the toaster oven, they come out, and they're really, really quite yummy. But if you try to buy a Passover cake, they had these Messner honey cakes, which were the most disgusting. The Jews should have built the Egyptian pyramids out of these things. Yeah. Okay. These Messner, like, either, pardon me, it always gets me just around this time. No, I'm good. There we go. So they put together these disgusting cakes, and then these anyone that was pre-made. It's changed over the years. They've gotten so much better. But when I was growing up, these terrible, if you want to get a decent cake, you have to make it yourself because everything that you bought pre-made was horrible, right? So even dessert, you didn't look forward to on Passover. The charoset was your dessert because everything else was going to suck after that. And you couldn't have ice cream, right? You couldn't have pudding because you can't have dairy because the food was good. You were having meat or turkey or something, and that was fine. But you couldn't enjoy dessert because, Messner cake, yeah, macaroons, right? And when you were in school, when you were a kid, you were raising money for charity, and then you get prizes if you sold it up with this horrible candy. And it was Manischewitz macaroons, these nobody liked coconut, and the chocolate-covered marshmallow things, which tasted nothing like a s'more. It was just basically a dusting of chocolate on like white seminal chemical goo, and that these chocolate marshmallow things. This is Passover candy. However, the Joyva chocolate ring gels. This is something else.
David,
yes.
Favorite squirrels.
Now this is what I'm going at. That was all right, and it's very simple. It's just chocolate coated raspberry gelatin rings, Joyva ring gels, and these were okay. Didn't love them when I was growing up, but as I got older, I really got to like them. They were a real treat, and became a treat for Passover. And it's ridiculous. I mean, a box with about 12 little ring gels in it is like $4 in the supermarket. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? But on Passover, you splurge, you pay, or you wait for it to be on sale. Fine, fantastic, it's a treat. And then I was like, I like these a lot, right? And I like to have them now and again. And I don't want to go and pay $4 for, they're not worth like 70 cents each or whatever the hell it is. I haven't done the math. Please, all you math people out there, don't 7 times 50 cents. Don't do it. Anyway, So I go looking. I look on my beloved interwebs. And a few months ago, what do you know? I went on the web. I found a place that was selling not one of these little boxes of ring gels, not even a slightly bigger box of ring gels, but like a 5-pound box of individually wrapped Joy Bar ring gels. And a much more reasonable price. It's still kind of expensive. Candy is friggin' expensive. Don't ask me why, right? But much, much more reasonable than when you're buying this stuff at the store. And I pulled the trigger. I'm like, yes, I'm getting it. And it was this treat that I would have. Usually 1 or 2 little candies every day or every other day. I would gorge, right? That was kind of a nice thing because they were individually wrapped in this big box. So you're not just sitting there spooning them out and shoveling them into your mouth like 10, 15 at a time, which I could do. You got to take it out. You got to unwrap it. It's very crinkly.
You're going to have helpers take it out and unwrap it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the help has been on vacation. So I can't get Jeeves to open my candies for me. So I open one up in the mouth, and then maybe an hour later when I get up, I think I'll have another one. I'll be really decadent tonight.
You usually have 4 or 5 at once.
No, I don't. Honestly, I would.
Yes, you
I
do.
would have 4 or 5 when they were in the other boxes, not individually wrapped, when they were just in the one little box with 12. Because there they were, right, all laid out in front of you, naked. Think about this. Think of the metaphor of this. These ring gels, circular, with a hole in the middle, just staring at you, waiting to be eaten, right? But when they're all in a box and you've got to unwrap each one, it kind of makes you stop, makes you savor one at a time. So I might have 1 or 2, right? As opposed to just bump, 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 which is, it works out perfectly fine. It also stays much longer. It stays fresh because they're individual. I can just reach in the box, boom, 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 grab one, enjoy. And it's a little treat. A tiny little happy moment, a food reward for a good day's work that I've done, right? Or for getting through the day, or for driving and buying groceries, or doing the laundry, whatever the hell else I do. It's like, you have this lovely little sweet treat. It worked out fantastically. So, but then, horror of horrors, sadness of sadnesses, the box eventually dwindled and ran out. And there were probably about 98 pieces of candy in there. And they lasted me about 2 or 3 months. So I really did not gorge. What?
2 days.
No, it did not. You know it did not. And I was like, oh no, I'm gonna miss these fellas. Let me see where I got these. I know I've got to clear my throat. Where am I gonna get more of these? So I go back on the interwebs,
Go get your cup.
and I go looking for more of the beautiful Joy Bar ring gels. I find them. And amazingly enough, I even find a place that has, you can buy a box for a certain price, fairly reasonable, all things considered, but if you buy 2 boxes, they send them together and you save like 15%. Well, now you're appealing to every single part of my being. You're appealing to my taste buds. You're appealing to my wallet at the same time. This is heaven for someone like me. This is like, you're gonna save me money, and you're gonna send me a supply that will last me 4 to maybe 6 months. Thank you. Bless your heart. Yes, right. And I pull the trigger, send away for it, like, try my ring gel, and it's taking a long time, relatively, to send, because I bought them like 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, where are my ring gels coming? I'm out of them. I need my ring. I need my fix. I need the Joy Bar fix of jelliness in my life. And I'm waiting, and it's not coming. I'm checking, and I'm getting emails. It's like, we were going to ship, but there's been a little delay. We're going to ship now. Okay. It's as the Carly Simon song goes, it's the anticipation. It's like they're going to get here. So I wait 2 or 3 more days, and I'll enjoy them even more when they finally show up, right? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. This is not a malt, by the way. This is just vanilla syrup, which I was talking about, and seltzer. So, and then I finally get a message that it's going to be shipped quite soon. It's gonna come soon. All right, excellent. And then I am coming home from work, not even really thinking about that, thinking about some other stuff. And I come to the door and I see on the stoop like a mess. I see on the stoop like shredded bits of cardboard. I'm like, well, what is that? What the hell happened here? I walk in the door, and my mom, who lives in a perpetual state of panic, is in a panic, holding a broom, and she comes at me and she's like, "The squirrels got your chocolate."
Give part 1 when I was on the phone with the provost.
Well, this is yeah. At some point, Amazon or wherever service I bought it from, I think it was eBay, where I ordered it from, they delivered it. They delivered the box of ring gels, the double box of ring.
Like most places text you.
Yeah, they did not. And at some point from when people left the house or in the morning, like with what?
I was alerted when I was on the phone.
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
the promotion and tenure thing with the provost.
Yeah, let me. This is sometime in.
Screaming, the squirrel.
Yeah. So sometime after like 9 or 9:30 in the morning, after one of the health aides left here, and between the time I got home, apparently nobody opened the door. Nobody opened the front door. Nobody looked outside at our stoop. No doorbell was rung. Nobody paid any attention. And nobody bothered to let us know that they had dropped off a box of chocolate on our stoop. Because we've gotten tons of deliveries that way, from groceries to clothing to. But now it's like, there it was. Nobody knew, except at some point, probably around 4, whatever it was, 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My mom, opens the door, looks, and it's like, Armageddon, Squirrel-mageddon, most likely. And what was a big box of 200 individually wrapped ring gels has been torn, has just been ripped and shredded and clawed. I'm not just saying like the outer box. I'm saying they got to the shipping box. They got into the box, the cardboard underneath. And it was a drizzly sort of rainy day. So the cardboard was especially like easy and terrible and malleable. And they actually got in through the individually wrapped packaging of the gels themselves. And so what you saw was like this skeletal part of the box eaten away, and of course ants crawling all over everything. Right? So this, for reasonable reasons, freaks my mom out. And first thing she does, she runs upstairs to tell Joyce, because Joyce is home, she's working from home. But of course, at that moment, literally at that moment, Joyce is on an important Zoom call. With the provost of the university.
I'm asking him about my promotion.
And she's asking, you tell, because I'm usurping your story here.
No, so I'm trying to figure out what I need to do if I go up for full, and I have this question, and in comes someone saying, "There's squirrels everywhere."
Well, that's someone being my mother, but yes, yeah. There's like literally barely knocking, just sort of coming in, because we have to keep this door open to get internet. If we close this door, the Wi-Fi stops. So we got to keep the door ajar. But that also means that if my mother wants to come up and ask something, it's kind of like, ah! There's no moment of stopping and say, I wonder if there's an important call going on. No. So as Joyce is trying to ask, so what do I have to do to become a full professor at this university? How much more time do I have? Do I need to do a grant? How much more do I have to publish? How am I doing? Do I need student evaluations? Yeah. Literally finally getting to ask the person who would know this.
This is like the main like that's the main jam.
Yeah, one of the few people who hasn't been fired from this university, right, or hasn't been laid off in the pandemic. It's like finally gets to him, and it's explaining in this important meeting, and then.
It was so helpful. I took notes for junior faculty.
Yeah.
That's how.
It was really useful, helpful meeting, and suddenly the voice comes from the door. Squirrels are eating the chocolate. Squirrels, the squirrel. And Chris is like, I'm in a meeting. What's wrong with you? You know. And then I come home, you know, and then of course nobody's touched it. Nobody's dealt with it. They're waiting for me.
No, I'm still on the call.
Joyce was still on the call. Mom is still in a panic. She has brought, and I don't know why she did this. She actually brought the package into the house, even though there's ants crawling all over it. We're trying to get rid of the ants in the house. She brings it in, and I'm like, and because me, being me, even with ants, I'm like, well, you know, I could probably salvage the ones that the squirrels and the ants didn't get to because they're individually wrapped. But then this is you know but first I bring the bag back outside. Then you know she put it in a bag to save it because it had been it was just cardboard. That's the stupidity of the way they shipped it. There was no thought given to maybe we should put plastic around all of this, right? Maybe we tape things everywhere so nothing can get in it when in shipping and handling. This is handling, right? So you know, she puts in a bag, she brings the bag in the house. I'm like, let's get it out of the house. And then as I'm looking to try and see if maybe one of the boxes is salvageable, if anything in there is still kind of edible, if I pull it out, she is spraying with fantastic everything, including like my pants while I'm standing. I'm like, I'm standing here. What the hell is wrong with you? This is how I treat my mom. So she's getting on my hand, and I'm like, I don't want fantastic on my hand. The squirrels are not eating my hand. True story, and it's happened like 3 days ago. So, and the upshot is, yes, I'm complaining. I am complaining. So I'm like, well, now that you've sprayed everything with fantastic, I'm certainly not going to eat anything that's in this bag. So, and then, you know, she hands me a broom. She sprays the freaking broom handle with fantastic. This I do not understand. And then I just, you know, I collect the torn shreds. I bring the thing to the garbage, and very smartly, and I think this was Joyce's idea, when I went to go on eBay and complain.
Yeah, always take, remember when they broke the mirror? When we moved here, when we came back from Colorado during sabbatic, and I mailed this huge mirror, like a car mirror. It broke, and the woman said to me, take a picture of the box, take a picture of the broken item in the box, and then if you want to file a claim, you need to show us a picture.
Yeah, and it worked, and I have to say it worked again. I mean, I went to eBay and I said, it said, do you want to return an item? I'm like, I'm not returning this. There's no way I'm gonna take this stuff that is full of ants and squirrel shit and fantastic.
Was there squirrel duty?
No, there must have been. I didn't see any.
They didn't stay that long.
Yeah.
How long? Digestion.
Well, they stayed long enough to tear the thing to pieces.
I asked my friend Denise, who is an expert on wildlife because she lives in New Jersey.
Yeah.
She said it must have been a cat or a dog. The squirrels couldn't have done that much damage.
Could have been a cat.
Or a raccoon, but it was daytime.
Yeah,
So
no,
it had to be a bigger animal. That's what we think.
Could have been
like that Cheshire cat that's always roaming around.
We actually, I don't know. We have next door neighbors who do daycare, and there's some strange kids. There's kids, maybe they've got switchblades. They just,
oh my God.
I'm hungry. I smell that snack. You know, whatever it was. But I took a picture. I went on eBay and said, "Do you want to return?" There's nothing to say. I don't want to return the item, but I do want my money back. But I wrote to.
Did you put that?
I wrote to the vendor and I said, "Here's what happened. This is why I'm not sending this back to you. Here's a picture." You know.
Yeah. What did they say?
Oh, they were very good. Instantly, they said, "We're so sorry this happened, blah, blah, blah."
Yeah, that probably happened before. Tell them to wrap it in plastic or something before they put it in the box so the squirrels can't smell it.
That's the one other annoyance. When I was writing them this note to tell them what happened, they give you only about 400 characters. So I'm trying to tell them, this is what happened. I came home, and if they'd given me like 200 more characters, I could have said, by the way, it would make sense to use plastic to wrap these
All
things
of
in.
our friends in Colorado are talking about relocating. If you're in Fort Collins, they have places for like saving animals, like ranch animals.
Oh, because of Oh yeah. But that was my Joyva ring gel story for that, and that moment of samadhi, that moment of my ring gels came, and I know that tonight I might have even had 3 that first night.
You were not the only person who was or living thing that was happy they came. I think they texted the squirrels.
And just instant like disappointment and anger, because also it takes time. I had to go searching for them on the web. I had to pay. Now I have to go complain about them. I got to put it away. I got to wash the fantastics off my body. Now, not the Harvey Schmidt and Tom Jones musical, The Fantastics. I don't want that on my body either. But in this case, it's the spray. So that was the crushing blow that old Dave had this week. The so close, like Tantalus with the grapes, right? The grapes are like right there, like the ring gel arrived.
It probably saved you from diabetic coma, so that's good.
I thought I was going to have 20 of them, although I could.
I don't know, honey. I think it saved you from diabetic coma.
Yeah, no. So in the meantime, I'm just going to have like Kit Kats or something. Not even any better. So, sob, Dave's ring gel story for the week. How was your week, dear?
Good. I wasn't attacked by any wildlife. That's a good.
That is very good. Yes.
I would like to take those squirrels and domesticate them and make them my fur babies.
Oh,
I need pets.
Joyce. Yeah, Joyce is just jonesing since our dog, our second dog, died back in March. She's just been, more and more like, I need a fur baby. I need a pet. And she's like, can we get a mouse? I'm like, no, we can't.
Get a mouse and call him Mr. Squeakers.
We're not getting a mouse, and we're not calling him Mr. I'm not having a rodent.
What happened to a gerbil?
No.
Guinea pig, I could call him.
Because first of all, it's a gerbil. You don't know up who it's been.
No, you don't. You don't put gerbil anywhere.
Yeah, I just, something about a little tiny creature that has big, sharp razor teeth that can bite me.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to allow.
Domesticate them and then you pet them and call them baby.
No, I won't. I can't.
Listen,
I won't. I don't want to be afraid of my pet.
If we had a pet mouse or we had a guinea pig or something, and those squirrels were out there, he would have been a watch pig. He would have gone out there and taken back those.
A little piggy would be cute. I wouldn't mind like a little piggies or domesticated pig.
Pigs are not kosher. You can't have a pig in this house.
It's true. No, but you keep mentioning the mouse. I probably told you this story when I was at high school, taking psych. Psych 1, so psychology class, and the teacher was very good, very nice, a little neurotic, but he was cool. He was a smart guy, and he was trying to explain about Maslow, rats and mazes and things like that. So he actually brought in a little mouse in a tank, and I think to show certain things about what they, also the Pavlovian thing of the mouse knowing, being conditioned to know where the water is, to know the wheel is and stuff. But I just remember, like, we started class in about 10 minutes, and he's talking to us and not really paying attention. And he's fishing around to get the mouse out of the tank to hold him, right? And he's just doing whatever lecture he's doing, and suddenly you're like, ow!
The mouse was smarter than him.
The biggest finger.
Good.
And he had to stop class in the middle because they had to run and get a tetanus shot.
Oh, shoot.
And I'm like, I'm never getting a mouse. I'm not getting. It was cute. It was a sweet little thing, but
I love mice.
You love mice. Go back into Manhattan. Go, stand on a subway platform, and you will see all the little mouse-like rodents that you ever want to see in your life. Yeah, I'm. At some point, I'm okay with another dog, even though at points when we were raising our dogs, there were times that I'm never ever getting another pet. Never again. I'm not dealing with this. Well, you never got another one. You kept me.
I kept you because you're furry.
But
I only keep you because you're furry.
But I do love and kind of miss sometimes having a dog. So a dog, I'm like, all right, when we have our own place and we can get another dog, or not as big on cats, because cats can also bite and scratch and do you damage. But
So
A cat I would accept if I had to, because cats are also a lot easier to maintain. But nothing, I can't imagine, no, not really anything else. An elk. If there were a baby elk and we had a sizable backyard, an elk I would consider.
Yeah.
Just possibly.
I would like a llama.
A llama, right? Or
An emu.
any dromedary.
Like
Emu!
Get emu oil from it.
And they got up at 4 a.m. and make the emu oil. Do they have to kill the emu to make emu oil?
I
Or is
think
it?
they just milk it.
Oh,
I don't know.
I know. Do I have to get up at 4 a.m. to milk the emu? Might be worth it. Just might be worth it. Or one of the, I would get, but here's the thing: you don't want fish or frog, because I would get that, or a turtle.
Slimy and gooey.
Well, yeah, but turtles are cute, and turtles aren't. You just let them crawl. They're kind of cool.
Turtles that have salmonella.
Well, yeah. So can any. I think so can anything. I used to have newts, and the occasional salamander, growing up. Wow! I was trying to think of a joke there, and I literally blanked. I was going to try to go with like a Newt Gingrich thing. Nothing
That's
at all.
okay.
Oh well. Since we are doing a kind of TV, what I could do is get one of those little baby salamanders and a tiny little fish, and then I'd be Newt and Minnow. Okay, that's a little television joke.
Tell people to vote, David, too. You got your ballot.
Yeah, that's the last thing I want to talk about before Larry Kirwan gets here. Yes, we got the ballot. Huh?
I can't do the watch party.
No, I'll be right there. Yeah, no, I brought it. Where's the paperwork? Oh, here it is.
Oh, yeah. You shouldn't show it, though. You can't show
Well, I can't show. No, it's blank. There's no name,
fill it in.
no identifier on it. Or, well, precinct is on it. I'll cover that up. So I got my ballot, and I'm going to fill that in and send it out. So I'm looking, and I'm sure 90% of the people, you're either looking, well, it's going to be Joseph R. Biden, Kamala D. Harris versus Donald J. Trump and Michael R. Pence. And, I'm kind of 90%, my mind is made up. And I know all my left-wing friends are like, what do you mean your mind's 90% right? What's wrong with you? But, did you realize that Donald Trump and Israel made peace with another Arab enemy this week, Sudan? Did you read that? He's actually making peace in the Middle East? But, okay, whatever. But then, do you ever look further down the list? The American Constitution Party, featuring Don Blankenship and his vice presidential candidate, William Moore. Okay. The Unity Party, the Green Party, of course. Remember Gus Hall of the Communist Party? He would show up on the ballot way back in the day before we got these in the mail. It was like you just go there and say, Gus Hall, he's still there. You never vote for him, because you were worried about a Marxist area. But who else? We got, did you know? Phil Collins, not that Phil Collins, and his vice president, Billy Joe Parker. What do you think their party is on?
The Disco Fever Party?
No, we're not doing that kind of ode to Billy Joe.
I don't know. Tell me.
If you can believe it, this is still in existence. The Prohibition Party.
Whoa, for real.
This is a Prohibition Party. And the weird thing about this is that one of their things is they're kind of right Christian and they're anti-alcohol. They're pro-temperance, they're pro-moderation and things, but they're very left-wing in other ways, which is the way they're very pro-ecology and pro a lot of good stuff. It's such a strange party, but it's on there. The Alliance Party, Progressive, the Socialist Workers Party, and the Socialist Equality Party. You would figure that if the socialists wanted to get any kind of voting bloc at all, they wouldn't have two different parties. They would somehow consolidate the Socialist Workers Party and the Socialist Equality Party into one. It would make some sense. It would be, instead of 12 votes went to this one and 114 votes went to that one, they'd have 125 if they just got together, And then, most beautiful thing ever, and there's some other unaffiliated parties. There's, I didn't even see this one. My eyes did not go so far down the list of this ballot, but there's a presidential candidate Jordan Scott. Do you know what his nickname is?
Jordy.
No.
Scotty.
No.
Foo-foo.
No. Think of it.
Sexy trousers.
He has literally a sick nickname.
What? Sick?
No.
What?
Cancer.
That's
He's on the ballot as Jordan, quote, Cancer Scott. I'm not going to, if you vote for him, there will literally be a cancer on the presidency. And then maybe this is how people were, he's like, I battled cancer, and now I'm better, and now it's my nickname, which is really, fine. But it's like, Jordan Cancer Scott, vote for me.
no, that's
But,
not good. No.
and then there's Kyle Kenley Kopitke, the Independent American Party. Notice, Kyle with a K, Kenley Kopitke, the initials are KKK. This is and his vice president Nathan Rayvo Sorensen. Oh boy! But the greatest of all, and this is real, from the unaffiliated party, a black woman who is running on specifically black and poor people issues, most of which are absolutely fine. Giving everybody enough money to eat food, right, and things like that, and better housing and healthcare and stuff. And she's also pro reparations for ancestors of slavery. That's kind of ridiculous, but this is her name, Princess Kalija Marianne Jacob Fambro. Her name is apparently Princess Kalija Miriam Jacob Fambro. And if you look on her websites and you look for her picture, she has one or two nice pictures, but the one that is really identified with her is she's got this completely black actress in a sitcom circa 1990s. Like, you gotta go find her picture, Princess Fambro. She would give a snap if she could. These are the people. How are we living in a country where these are the people who are becoming president? What I can tell you is that it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and we are here in the Daverhood with Dave's Gone By, live on this Saturday, October 24th, 2020. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That's my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. And joining us in just 1 minute is our guest in the Daverhood, a musician from the band Black 47. His name is Larry Kirwan. Unfortunately, I am not going to be interviewing him. Fortunately, at least for the Rabbi Sal Solomon will be interviewing our guest in the Daverhood. His name is Larry Kirwan. He should have tons of stories to tell. Let's usher him in. I'm not allowed to play copyrighted music. I can't play Funky Kaylee. I can't play the Black 47 hits. I can't play this. Diggly, 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 do. Let me stop this. It's amazing how annoying Irish music gets very quickly. Hold on, here we go. Shut up! There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your old pal, Rabbi Sal Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And it is a delight for me to have with us in the Daverhood a musician, a novelist, and a playwright. He's an Irish-born New Yorker through and through. His name is, oh, and let me ask you before I really give you the full introduction, is it Kirwan or Kirwan?
Kirwan.
Kirwan. See, I thought
Kirwan.
like Kirwan. It's like
Especially this time of the morning.
so, top of the morning to you, by the way. He formed this band called Black 47 that mixed politics and comedy and rousing rock and roll. Irish Central once called him the best Irish-American band of the decade. He is also, as I said, a playwright, and he's got 2 shows that he's hoping will come to Broadway if there's ever a Broadway again. One is called Hard Times, which sounds like a dirty magazine, and Desert Rose, which sounds like an underage dirty magazine. He's hoping it will come to Broadway. Fiddly, diggly, diggly dee, Larry Kirwan is here with me. Shalom, Larry.
Shalom, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm, thank God, I am fine. How are you 8 months into pandemic times?
I'm fine. You know, I'm a playwright and a novelist, as you said. So it's easy for me to just go back into, you know, writing. And so my schedule is not that much changed. I mean, it's an awful time, and you know, there's someone responsible for it. And you know, hopefully on November 3rd, that will get sorted out.
So I see you're not perhaps a Trump fan.
No, not at all. I'm a New Yorker, so we were never Trump fans. We knew him right from the start. So.
Well, so are you going to perhaps vote for Joe Jorgensen and Jeremy Spike Cohen, who, by the way, are on the ballot here? They're literally on the presidential ballot. You've also got, and let's not forget what other party is here. Shall we forget Jordan Cancer Scott and Jennifer Teppool? There's actually a guy whose middle nickname is Cancer, and he's on the ballot here. I'm not kidding.
I don't think I'll vote for him. No.
So,
I'll give the others consideration, but not him.
Now, I heard you mention somewhere, in an interview somewhere, that at one point you were illegal. You were not, quote, a legal immigrant. Were you here for a while on a vacation or a visa, and then you stayed and eventually got your papers? How did that all work? You're an American now, right?
Yeah, I have joint citizenship. You can do that because of an agreement between the Irish government and the U.S. government. But yeah, I came as a student to check it out, and I decided I was going to stay here. And it took me 3 years to get my papers right, and then I was finally able to go back on a visit. But yeah, we call ourselves illegal. The term now is undocumented. But,
right. You were, but at some point you were able to get the documents, and because
yeah,
agreement.
But it took time, you know, and but it does give you a different view of America when you come in and you're illegal. You become very aware, for one thing, of making sure you don't break any laws, you know. So it's one of the things I hold against the Trump administration, this anti-immigration thing, because the last thing an immigrant wants to do is to be in the public light, as it were, so things can go wrong or you can get picked up. So this whole idea that immigrants take money from legal Americans is just so wrong. You're trying to keep out of the system as much as you can and pay your taxes and everything, get everything right, so that when you do go for your hearing, you know, you're clean as a whistle.
Yeah, I know. I went to the hearing doctor this week, and he pulled wax out of there. You don't want to know. It looked like he was pulling a Torah out of my head. But let me ask you, may I call you Larry, by the way?
Sure, of course.
Okay.
And you're David? Or what's your first name? What's your first name?
My name is Sal. You can call me Sal. Sal Solomon is different, or Rabbi, or Rebbe, or Darling, if we get along really, really well. So my question is, you grew up, though, in Ireland, in a place called Wexford, which I know only from like an old Clancy Brothers song about a woman who poisons her husband. But here's the question for you. Was it like Angela's Ashes, or was it kind of nice there?
Well, Frank McCord is a great friend of mine. We knew each other really well. His generation was a generation before mine, so that, you know, I know what he was saying was true. It had improved a bit by the time I was growing up, but at the same time, nobody had any money. You know, it was a poor society, and you had to make do as best you could. So, but it was a good childhood, I think. You know, it was a beautiful place, Wexford. It's actually where the Kennedys are from. That's its main fame. It was a seaport. My father was a sailor. My grandfather had a farm close by. So I lived between the town and the country, and I was raised by another grandfather who is a stone cutter, a monumental sculptor, made headstones. So he had a great sense of history, even though he'd left school at 13 to become a stone cutter, be apprenticed to his own father. But I learned so much through him because he was the youngest son of 8, and his father had witnessed the Great Potato Famine in 1847. So that, I got the stories secondhand from, I was only one generation removed in a sense, because I was hearing the stories that his father had told him about it, and it left a big impact. So that when I did found a band in New York that became popular, Black 47, that was in honor of 1847. And it was also, for your information, we used it in the same way as the Jews used never again. It was the same, Black 47 meant the same thing. So there was a history behind the band and behind me growing up. Right?
I used to go, like, I was in a sushi restaurant 2 weeks ago, and I tried eel that wasn't cooked properly. I'm like, never again. Never again. You'll be amazed how often that comes up with my people. It's extraordinary. So what was it about New York? Because New York has been an expensive place for a long time. You say that Wexford, nobody had any money. It was kind of poor. It's not as if you were living the Woody Allen life in New York. You have no money. And the people you were with were all squatters, I'm sure. I mean, how did you live in those first few years?
Well, at that point in the mid-70s, CBGBs was happening and everything. And everybody lived on the Lower East Side. And you could get an apartment for, say, $150 a month at that point. And it was an old immigrant area. I mean, Irish first, then Jewish. In fact, in my first apartment, it was furnished from a synagogue, so that I sat at a pew when I was eating.
I sat on a pew this morning. I'm glad I remembered to flush. But I don't even know what that means. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But it's true. Like, if you were in part of that artistic community during that era, everybody helped each other out. I know Dave, the guy who hosts this program, he interviewed Deborah Harry a couple of months ago for a magazine. And she was saying, she put out this book about her life and what it was like downtown in those years. You ate French fries and you hung with everybody and everybody sort of shared everything. And you got along. It was cool.
Yeah, there was a real sense of community because nobody had any money. I mean, I used to see Debbie walking around the streets. In fact, at one point I got a kiss from her because she thought I was someone else.
For tax accountant, perhaps, because you did not.
Thought I was in a different band, and I was pretending to be in that band. And she told me how great I was on stage, and I thought, I think I could get a kiss out of her. And I got one. It was great. She's a beautiful person.
Oh well, hell yeah! Oh, that's a wonderful stuff. You're gonna. Oh yeah, I've got an album coming out. Come on, I'll play it for you. And you just get anything, or you get Mantovani on the stereo, and you say, yeah, that's me. Yeah, the fifth woodwind. That's me in the background there. Any other stories about those kinds that you must have met then? People like the Ramones and David Byrne, and tell me some stories.
Well, Hilly, who was the
Hilly Crystal, yeah.
Hilly Crystal was a great friend. So I had been playing in a place called the Bells of Hell, which was owned by a guy called Malachi McCourt and Frank McCourt. Excuse me. And Hilly had the original CBGBs on 13th Street, just across the street from it. So he moved over to the Bowery, and the band I was in at the time became the first resident band there. But the business was really bad, and we were going back to Ireland. I said, Hilly, this place is never going to take off, so just get someone else in. And then when we came back, the whole scene had started, and of course I played there. But I got to see, say, the Ramones on their first night there. I saw
the first night the Ramones played.
Yeah.
In New York at CBG. So could you tell, be honest, did it sound like a revolution, or was it just, well, these are short songs, they're very loud and noisy, and yeah. Did you realize history was happening?
No, I thought maybe it was a cartoon because they kind of looked like cartoon characters. And the weird thing was, because I always remember this, the bartender who I didn't like at the time, he was very nasty kind of English guy. And he called me over and he said, you know, these guys up here, they're bloody fascists. And I was saying, I don't think so. I think they might be Jewish. And he said, it doesn't make any difference. They're fascists. I can tell they're fascists. And that always stuck with me at that point. But no, the great thing about both the Ramones and about Talking Heads was that each night you saw them, they got better.
Wow. And which makes sense. Was there a band that you saw there during that era who never made it big, who you thought, oh, they're great. They should have broken big?
Well, the biggest band in there, and they did make it to a certain degree, but by far the best band were Television. Band Television.
With Tom Berman, yeah.
I was a huge fan of theirs. I went to see them every night. So quite often the other bands would open for them because they were the big draw in there. So I remember one time Talking Heads were going to go on. And I really liked Talking Heads, except I remember one time having a pee next to David Byrne down in the bathrooms there, which were pretty wild. Right. And I was standing next to him and I said, what kind of music are you guys doing? And he said to me, you know, we're just not very good, but we're trying to be like everyone else. And I was thinking, it didn't sound right to me. I think he was having me on, but, you know.
No, maybe he was just being kind of, he was still figuring out the sound, and he was still maybe not good yet, but we will, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of
nice. I remember when Television were playing one time, people kept shouting, turn off the radio, turn on the TV. That's the way we're television. Yeah. Talking Heads. But Talking Heads, Talking Heads got better every night. I mean, the Ramones got to a certain point where they were just great at what they did, and then they thought, great, we got it, and it sounded always the same after that. But Talking Heads progressed every night, and even if you see David Byrne to this day, he's still trying new things.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Dave went and saw that Broadway show that he's hoping, the American Utopia, is wonderful. Right. Or at least Dave says that. And actually, people can apparently, Spike Lee filmed it. You can go see it on one of these Prime Channel things. But we're talking about all these other bands. Let's talk about you guys and the beginnings of Black 47 and saying to yourself, I got these songs. I need a band and I'm part of the scene, or how did that all coalesce?
Happened totally different. Oh. I'd had a record deal with a band called Major Thinkers. We're kind of a hot band on the Lower East Side in the early 80s. And then we got signed up to CBS, or to Epic Portrait. And we became kind of big for a little while, and we made an album, and they couldn't figure out which single to release from it, and so they dropped us. And at that point I was thinking, you know, I've always wanted to become a playwright, so let me just chuck in this whole music thing, or the professional side of it. And for the next 4 years I just wrote plays and produced.
Were you working? I mean, how did you live?
I used to get
$50 a month. How did you live, you know?
Well, I was still able to play music in bars and whatever, especially in the Bronx and the Irish area up there. I could go up there. And I also had a little typing service. I used to type for people.
Oh,
and
lovely.
I became a really fast typist. But basically I did it through, just playing a few gigs every month. You didn't have to make that much. And so, but for 4 years, I just totally concentrated on the theater, wrote nonstop, put on the plays, and I almost had a hit with one called Liverpool Fantasy, which was about the Beatles if they hadn't made it. And
where was that? Were those all downtown? Were those in like Theater for the New City and places like Mama? Which you remember which they were? Or
this one wasn't in one of the better known ones. It was in. I can't do the actual name of it, but it was a Puerto Rican community place.
Oh, Puerto Rican traveling theater, even though it didn't travel. That was the dumbest thing. They called it the traveling theater, and it's sitting there for 30 years in the same place. That's lying. That is just, you think Trump tells lies. That is a terrible thing to call a traveling theater, and there they are sitting there. This makes me mad. I'm sorry.
So anyway, it went from a showcase to an off-Broadway production, but then we ran out of money. And so after about 4 years, I was beginning to miss the stage. And one night I went for a walk, and I went up to a place called Paddy Riley's. I just wanted to hear an Irish accent because I was living in Soho and I wasn't in the Bronx that much anymore. So I went up there and there was a band playing and they asked me to get up and play. And I was thinking, no, I don't play anymore. And the bartender gave me a shot of whiskey and I said, all right. I got up and I played all night with them. And then I was with the leader of the band at the end of the night. His name was Chris Byrne. And he was a New York City detective who was moonlighting at night, playing in a band called Beyond the Pale. And at the end of the night, I could tell he was kind of in a bad mood. And I said, what's the matter, man? And he said, well, the band Beyond the Pale is breaking up tonight. I have all these gigs in the Bronx and Queens and Brooklyn coming up, and I got no one to play them with. I said, I'll do it with you, just on the spur of the moment. And
then you're just a duo. That's two people. Or did you grab quickly a drummer and
I brought along my drum machine. I was good at programming drum machines at the time. So I had this tremendous big beat. And I played electric guitar. And he played the Irish uilleann pipes. They're the elbow pipes. And he also played tin whistles and the bodhrán. So we were kind of like a two-man band. We went to the Bronx and people hated us. I mean, literally hated us because I had said, if we're going to do this, we got to do original music. And I have a number of songs here. Let's get started with these. And we'll write a list of everything else. We kind of know other songs like Van Morrison ones and Irish ballads, anything.
And they hated everything, even the covers they hated?
Because I'd come from CBGB, so it was in your face kind of thing. And Chris being a cop, he was wearing shades because he didn't want people to see who he was. So we looked pretty formidable and, we were playing loud. And, in Bronx bars, the idea is that the audience, you bring your girlfriend along to talk to her and, you're talking to the guys and there's televisions on and everything. Whereas we want them to look at us. It was like, you're paying us to do this. So they hated it. But we got better over the next couple of months. And as it turned out, which was lucky for us, there had been a boom, the boom and bust economy over here. There had been a boom. And every Irish guy wants to do two things, own a bar and a racehorse. But it's often easier to own a bar. So there was bars all over this area called Bainbridge Avenue in the Bronx. And so when we get fired from one, we'd go down the street to the next guy, and he wouldn't have heard of us, and said, I need a band, because unlike the other boroughs, just the Bronx. And so we were up and down the avenue, and then within 6 months, things started to get better. And then we moved back into Manhattan to that actual bar I mentioned before, Paddy Riley's on 28th Street and 2nd Avenue. And then all the people that we liked to say in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens started to congregate in there. And all of a sudden, there's lines around the place and people began to notice it. Now, my idea right from the start was that we would just play in this Irish bar and people would have to come see us. We wouldn't go to CB's or any other place. Because for one thing, you don't get paid very well in the rock places, but in the Irish places, you get paid well. So we had things going for us. And then all of a sudden, Joe Strummer showed up from The Clash. And he was really into the band. And he kept insisting, you got to play this place, you got to play this. And I said, no, I got a plan. And then finally, I was getting so many calls from a place called Wetlands. The booker said, listen, I don't care. Just come and do it. Just get Strummer off my back, please. And so we played there, and then it kind of took off. The record companies heard about us, and we got a record deal. And then we were the biggest thing in New York for the longest time. And we were playing on Leno and Letterman, O'Brien, Conan O'Brien was a good friend. And there were all sorts of personalities coming in. Matt Dillon was there every
When you
night.
say that Conan O'Brien was a good friend, by the way, I mean, is he a good friend or just someone you had a drink with here and again? Or do you really know the guy and you pal around? And what's he like?
Great, but he hadn't made it at this time. He was a guy who used to come into another bar that we hung out in that Chris owned, Rocky Sullivan's on Lexington. So he was, there was a lot of writers used to go in there, and he had come from Harvard, so he was hanging out with that Harvard crowd who were, slumming in Rocky Sullivan's. So all of a sudden he gets his show, but he has to do a trial first. So I was the first guest he had. He wanted people, it wasn't being shown on television, it was being shown for the Suits, but they had to do the full show. So he had Black 47 as the band because he wanted, people around him who trusted him. And he actually wanted to talk about that play, Liverpool of Fantasy, because at that point I was turning it into a novel. And he was fascinated by that. So he figured this is something I can really relax on, and we can talk. So I was really used to doing interviews at this point, because that's part of your trade, when you're a musician. So I was kind of calming him down as he was asking the questions, because he was nervous. It's an awful thing. It is, the Suits are out there watching. Everyone was it NBC, whatever he was with, they're all watching, and I could feel the pressure. Even it was like,
I have to put it. Do you ever see it in the years past? Is that somewhere? Does NBC have it in the vault, or does Conan have a copy? I think that'd be amazing to watch.
It would be, yeah. I never saw it since, but I'm sure they have it. But I don't think they played it, or maybe they played it when he was off on taking a night off or something. But I never heard about it. But then we were on his show maybe 4 or 5 times after that.
I want to remind people, though, that we're talking with Larry Kirwan. I do apologize. We're having we're hearing you just fine, but there are times when the video and the audio are playing catch up with each other. So okay. I do apologize. At least we're not losing you. At least you're not freezing and you're physically there. And the audio is great. Just close your eyes and think of radio, which is so. Speaking of radio, Larry Kirwan.
As we say in Black 47, shit happens. You're going to get through it. Yeah.
Well, good shit happened to you, because at some point you wrote one song that will be on, if that tombstone carver was still alive, he would put on your tombstone, this is the guy who wrote Funky Kaylee. Does that piss you off, though? You've written probably well over 200, 300 songs at this point, but it's the Funky Kaylee guy. You owe that song so much, but then sometimes you're like, I got 12 other fucking songs that are just as good.
Well, I played that song so much, and sometimes coming to it, I would think, here we go again. But the minute you hit the first notes of that, there's something about that song that even transposes me, or transports me. And I'm into the story of it. It's such a fun song for people, and it takes away all their cares, so that you think to yourself, great, I got into it too. And by the end of the song, you're kind of into it, and that's it.
Yeah, there's something joyful. It really is a funny song and joyful, and it just tells this wonderful story. But again, it's not the only song. If there were like 5 other songs of yours, I mean, just grab your EP of greatest hits. But I mean, it's like, if you could recommend to people, if you like Funky Kaylee, you really should know these quote unquote obscurities in the Black 47 oeuvre.
Well, if you look at, say, iTunes, Funky Kaylee is not the number 1 song. The number 1 song is The Big Fella, about Michael Collins, the Irish revolutionary guy. And the second one is James Connolly, which is about a left-wing organizer who got shot by the British. So, it doesn't trouble me about people liking Funky Kaylee, because every song that Black 47 did, and we've done maybe 150, each had its own people who liked it. There were
no ones that you wish Because they're the public votes. They choose these to listen to on iTunes or on YouTube or Spotify or wherever. Which ones do you wish were in there with Michael Connolly and in with some of the others?
I don't care. I write all the songs as best I can, and I do. I write them for a reason. They're like children. Do you say I wish I prefer this guy to the other? There might be
I do. I have 21 and a half children at home. Several of them I hate. So, I want to take this pillow and just press it on their faces once in a while and just be left with a good 18. But, there are some songs that you write and you think they're good while you're writing them, and then they're like, meh, or, oh, this is really good,
No, I don't seem to think that way for some reason. It's just because I write all the time, because I do so many musicals at the point that I'm continually writing. I started to do a musical at the beginning of the pandemic because I knew this thing wasn't going to go away. Having Trump there, he was going to mess it up sooner or later. His destiny had arrived, and we were going to be there we were going to share his destiny with him. So
not if we vote for Princess Jamala, whatever her name is, Farbo. Yeah.
So I wanted to do something that would just take my mind off the whole thing. And so I had always an idea of writing a two-person musical, because you can then get into the characters, especially about a relationship where they meet again, say 25 years later, but I couldn't think of the circumstances. And one morning I woke up just right soon after the pandemic started, and I knew what it was. It came to me that I would go back to the Lower East Side where I lived when I first came to New York, East 3rd Street and Avenue B, which was the center of the heroin district at the time. So then the story just came into my mind that a band, there's a couple in a band called the Blue Diamonds. They were on the rise, kind of like Black 47 was. They go and get on MTV. I follow the same story. And then they get on the Letterman show, right? Which Black 47 got over that hurdle and went on. But the guy in the relationship doesn't show for Letterman, which is a big thing.
You don't bomb out on Letterman.
You don't bomb out on Letterman. So the woman, Shelley is her name. She's from Scarsdale. She goes back. She says, that's it. I can't take anymore. Goes back to Scarsdale, has a bit of a breakdown. When she comes out of it, she meets a businessman up there, gets married, and has a daughter, and she's involved in his financial dealings. He's a broker. And 25 years later, their manager, the ex-manager, calls and said, listen, I got great news. They're making a movie about the new wave punk scene down on Avenue B, back when you guys are there. They've heard one of the songs and they want to feature the song, but they also want you to write 3 new ones. And she says, well, I'm out of the business. And he says, I hear Rick, who was the ex-boyfriend, is not in good shape. And she says, why don't you just go down and see him? Maybe you can just knock off some songs and do it again. And she's so curious, she goes down, and that's where the action begins. Wow. She walks in on him after 25 years. He's in the midst of an argument on the phone, and then she tells him, and he needs money. He doesn't want to do it, but he needs money. And then the relationship starts again, and it's like, can they renew the relationship, both the working one and the romantic one?
Oh, and the romantic. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So, but this is not, is this going to be, or still a 2-person musical? Because you want to bring this to Broadway, which probably is the only thing Broadway will be able to afford in like 2022. So.
Yeah, all these things take their own course, but for now, I'd keep it as a 2-person thing, because it's just so intense, because you can deal with the 2 characters. The problem is in some of the big musicals, it's hard sometimes to spend time on one character and to develop them. I mean, it works, but I really wanted to get into the whole idea of just two characters and your focus on them, because, you know, that is part of our lives, that there's a woman or a romantic partner. And can it, after 25 years, can it work?
Well, here's the question about a musical about these people. Is it a rock kind of musical, or is it more Broadway? Because remember, if it's rock, you're going to have now characters who are supposed to be in their mid-50s.
Exactly.
Which you rock out, you're in your mid-50s, but you know what I'm saying. 8 times a week, you know, you don't get Angela Lansbury up there going, "They're gonna leave, they're gonna leave." You know, you can't do that. So,
well, it does deal with the rock world, and there are plenty of rock songs in there. But I've also put some rock songs that follow a Broadway thing, Broadway lines. But it's bittersweet, because you're thinking about, at the end of the first act actually is they recreate the moment they were on MTV, and they dress up in the old clothes that they still have, the costumes, and they do their song from MTV. So the first act ends great like that. It's like, we can do it still, you know? But of course, for us looking at them, what you're saying, they're in their 50s, that's bittersweet to look
right.
at the people creating it, and they feel they've got it still. But everybody feels they've got it still at 50, you know, or that's the dream anyway.
So you haven't slowed down. Like, I've seen you in videos like done a couple of weeks ago, where you're doing one of your songs, and just all the energy that you had in your 20s is still quite literally there. But I mean, would you, if we didn't have the pandemic and you still had a band, if not Black 47, which broke up a couple of years ago, would you do like a 3-month tour with the bus and the life of style and going there? It's beyond already.
No, it's not that. It's just that I did it for 25 years with Black 47. So you've got to find new challenges. You know, I know how to do the touring thing like the back of my hand. You know, I know how to survive it now. Because at first it's hard going, because every night's a party, you know, literally. And that can wear on you. But I learned how to party just a little bit, but to be able to go back to the room and write at that point. So I knew how far to go with my head to be able to.
It should basically be, you should do percentages. It's like 30% sex, you know, 10% drugs, and 60%. I'm not that great with math. 60% rock and roll. So that should be the kind of swing that you have in there. Well, maybe 40% sex and you know,
well, it's up to everyone to find a way. You know, one thing is the rock life on stage. You're playing a guitar, you're moving all the time, you have that energy. And Black 47 always did a straight 2-hour show every night. So you really, just even to hold the audience for that long, your concentration has been so intense, you know. Every moment is like that, and you come off the stage, you're electric, right? You can't go to bed, you know, it'd be over. And you can't even write when you're that electric, you know. You go, I mean, I never liked hanging out in green rooms. I used to go out and hang out with the fans. And then oftentimes what we would do is we would say, if the club, because clubs kind of want to close fairly early, we would say, we're going to such a bar, you're all welcome to come. So there would be this tremendous, bar owners love this, of course, because it could be 100 people arriving in on a Monday night or something.
You miss that? You miss doing that? So not 5 nights a week, but maybe once a month or twice a month. You miss that kind of like, hey, everybody, you just have a fantastic time, 2 hours on stage, focused rock and roll, and then everybody come to the bar, shots on me. You know.
I don't think you can do it to the same level if you're just doing it once a month, you know. I mean, I do it sometimes, and I'm always surprised it works and everything, but at the same time, there is an apprehension going into it that you're not going to be able to make it work, you know, at that point.
Do you have a family now? I don't know your personal. Oh, there's a person behind you. Literally, as I asked that, that pretty something just popped her head in, and now she's going slowly away. So, is she trapped in there? Is she chained to a radiator or something? Or who is that?
That's my wife.
Oh, Mick Mazel. Mick, how long have you been together?
32 years.
So was she a fan, or did you meet her? How did you meet your lovely lady there?
She was a choreographer, and I did music for her modern dance company.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's true. And does she still work in the theater and in ballet or opera, or what does she do?
She teaches dance now. Yeah, she's still in it.
Wonderful.
And we still go to the theater all the time. Yeah, we're still involved in all sorts of theater. So.
Now, one of the symbiotic things between Irish and Jews, besides Briscoe, is that we both appreciate misery and horror and sadness and stuff. The first thing we were talking about was never again in the Holocaust. So you went through a period, though, in the 90s where just relentlessly bad things happened. How did you get through that? Tell some Jews, because Jews are just like, if I cut my finger, oh, it's a tragedy, I'm off to Mount Sinai Hospital. How do you get through relentless tragedy?
Samuel Beckett said, I will go on, I must go on. And that's the way it is. And if you're in a rock and roll band that has a schedule ahead of it, you've got to go and do the things, that you're signed up to do, because you can't. The one thing in this business is you can't let people down. That's the great thing about Black 47. We never did, and we were loyal to everyone. And because I knew that there's a day this will end, and you don't want to be thinking, I wish I'd done that, for that person. I was nasty to that person. It's part of your gig to deliver on stage and then be some kind of a reasonable person, for an hour after. Then you can go back to your room and,
But then a psychiatrist would say, when do you get to mourn? When do you get to, like, if you're just plunging into work and not letting people down and going on tour and doing this and hanging in the bar and sort of forgetting your trouble, and you don't, obviously, but then at what point can you crash, and can you let the feelings that you need to get out?
Well, you kind of have to go on. It's like there's no way about it, because if you crash, you're letting down the band around you. And I was the leader. I was the manager too, because that's the only way to for everyone to be able to make a living is if you've got to give 20% to a manager, you're not going to make any money. You're not, and the band's not going to make any money. I learned a lot about the economics of the business, but part of it was you can't let people down. You can go back to your room and you can crash and go, oh my God, but in the end, oh my God, it's not going to do you any good. You've got to try and figure out, how do I get out of this? What do I do next? We had all sorts of things. Shootings at the concert, a serious van crash, which haunts me to this day, because it took so long. We went over twice. We hit black ice and went right over the van. Those big vans are not that steady. We hit the side thing, the concrete siding, then we came right back up and went over again, hit it. So we're all up in the air and all moving. And we had just gotten into the van, and most of us didn't have the seatbelts on. So I would advise everyone, never get into a van or a car without a seatbelt ever again, because I saw what it was like. We went.
I don't even like sitting in a concert without a seatbelt on. I won't go into Carnegie Hall unless it's got the strap, and if it's a place like CBGB's, I would want the shoulder strap. I would want that too, honestly. Let me ask you before. We did ask and to let you know, but I want to make sure, because after this part of the interview, are you able to stay with us and play the trivia game with Dave and a couple of theater critics and answer some trivia questions? Might be fun.
I told the guys before, I told Judy who set up this, I have to go. You know why? Because my wife came up, it's because they're about to take a wall downstairs, and the workers are down there. So.
Well, how long can you hang with us then? How long do we still have you with us?
I can do another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah. All right. So let's make them count. So you are a novelist, a playwright, a literary kind of a person. So you had some ideas that I haven't had time to listen to yet, but in a very condensed way. How the hell do you get through Ulysses, let alone Finnegan's Wake?
I read Ulysses quite often, and I take part in Bloomsday on June 16th. And my advice to anyone is don't start at the beginning. Just open up Ulysses anywhere you like, because it doesn't matter. It's not a serial kind of story. Just open it up anytime, any place, and just read for 3 or 4 pages. Have a good time. If you don't like that little section, go on to another one. But the one thing I would advise everyone is go to the end and read Molly Bloom's soliloquy, because that is probably the best piece of writing in the English language, I think. To this day, I keep waiting for something else to knock it aside, because it's one guy getting into the mind of a woman for the first time.
And she's, by the way, she's diddling herself while she's talking. We don't remember that. She's kind of like, oh my God, no, she's not. Well, he's on top of her.
It only adds to it.
Yeah, he's giving her the old, you know, being fruitful and multiplying in sort of an Irish way, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know, there's not that much sex in Ulysses. You know, there was a lot of sex in it in 1904 when it came out, or when it was written about. It came out in 614 or something like that, 1914. But it's just, it reveals character and humanity in a way that had never been done, and probably hasn't been done since. You know?
But let me ask you, Finnegan's Wake, have you waded through that thing?
No.
Certainly not. No,
I never will, but there are beauties in it.
Well, no, that means you've tried. That means
again, I would say the same thing. Yeah, I have tried that and wasn't able for it. But I would read
the Clancy Brothers song about it, let alone the actual book. Lots of fun at Finnegan's Wake. Yeah, show me where the fun is in this 500-page thing of automatic writing. Where's the fun, goddammit? Anywho. Yeah. By the way, we have great fun talking with Larry Kirwan. We want to remind people, we want to say that when, in a couple of months, God willing, Broadway will start to grind its gears, and we may see, is it Desert Rose was the musical you were talking about? The
first one that will come up, and it's scheduled for a year from now, because it's not going to open in a couple of months. It's going to open next fall, if then. Yeah. And the play, or the musical then, it was originally called Hard Times, and now it's called Paradise Square. It's become a much bigger play. That'll be the first one, and then hopefully Desert Rose will come on after that. Desert Rose is about the Iraq War. So. Oh,
right. So wait, which is the one that's Paradise Square? Is that the one about the band?
No.
Oh, that's another whole different thing too. Oh, all right.
Paradise Square is set in 1863, when the Irish people who had fled the famine and the African Americans who had fled slavery met in a place called the Five Points in New York City, and mixed and had relationships and married, created tap dance at that point. And it lasted for about 20 years until the draft riots of 1863. So
yeah, I think I read somewhere that, or saw something that you were inspired by a lithograph, or like a drawings or cartoons of black men and Irish women dancing or something like that. I mean, it just inspired you to tell the story.
Well, I knew the story. I knew basically the story, but when I saw the picture of them and saw the pictures of the bands who were playing for them, they were always mixed bands. It was an Irish singer, an Irish fiddle player, an African-American banjo player, and an African-American percussionist. They were the 4 people in each of the bands that were playing. So it was a style of music. And then I got the picture. It was like, wow, now let me create this. This happens in the in the bar dance hall owned by a woman called Nellie Bly, the black woman.
Yeah.
Mystery. Where did she come from? You know, it's, with drama, you always have to create mysteries. You know, what's going to happen next? That's the way it goes.
Well, to follow
my style of writing,
to follow what happens next with our friend of the Daverhood, Larry Kirwan. Do you have a website? Where can people find out about all the stuff that you're doing, and when you start playing again, or when you do like Zoom concerts, if you do something like that too?
Well, go to black47.com. That's BLACK 47 numbers.com. That's a website. But you can also go to my Facebook account, Larry Kirwan, KIRWAN. Or I have a show on Sirius XM too, called Celtic Crush, and that's really popular. And that's called, the Facebook page for that is called Fans of Celtic Crush. And
oh my goodness! So do you just play Irish music, like Killing a Gale or something?
I play any music that has a Celtic roots. Like there are 8 Celtic nations around Europe, from Spain and France too. So it could be anything, but also anyone with Irish or Scottish roots in America, I play their music. You know. So it's much broader than just Irish music, although I do play Irish music, of course, too. But, you know, it could be anyone, you know.
Saying this is on Sirius XM. Look for Larry Kirwan, KIRWAN, for all the things that he is doing, both on radio and on literary and on musicals. Last question for you before we let you go, because I know you got to make sure they don't knock down the wrong wall. Or a hanging wall, that would be bad. Do you have a favorite?
Like faulty towers downstairs.
Oh, good Lord.
God,
do you have a favorite?
Hold on. I get that Rabbi, I'll choke him. The curse of the Jews is on me, because I was sitting in that synagogue pew all these years.
Yes, right. Don't break the stained glass. No, but let me ask you, favorite song by another person? Do you have a favorite song of all time by someone else?
Yeah, I love Van Morrison's Madame George.
Story song. It takes her on a journey. Is that what I'm not going to say for you? Why you like it? Why do you like it?
Well, I like it because it was pre the Troubles in Northern Ireland. He was writing about an area I knew about, and also it's that perfect mixture of jazz, folk, rock, literary, and mystery about this Madame George. You know, what is it? What's going on? You know, and he never finishes it off. So it's a bit like he was influenced by Joyce pretty much too. You know,
by David's wife, I know. Yeah, by James.
Yeah. Even in, he uses a little thing out of Ulysses in there when he goes, "Who loves to love the love that loves to love the love that loves to love the love." That's kind of from.
Well, it's very Joycean. Is that literally taken out of Ulysses?
Yeah, it's not. He didn't. You know, he was scatting it. You know, but that's where he got it from. Would be Ulysses. Yeah.
Well, I'm very sad, but we have to say goodbye to Larry Kirwan. Goodbye. He's such a wonderful guy. It has been delightful, and I wish you certainly seeing you on Broadway in a year or two, and plus reading new books by you and hearing you on the radio. Larry Kirwan, it just remains for me to thank you and say.
There's a new book coming out in March. It's called Rockaway Blue. It's about the Rockaway Peninsula, but it's a mystery too. So.
Oh my God! Who's the publisher? How do you get it?
Cornell University Press.
Oh, they do fiction, or are we talking about history?
Oh, it's fiction. Yeah, it's fiction. It's set 3 years after 9/11, and it's about something that happened during 9/11, and it starts to come out, and it's about a detective sergeant in the NYPD whose son was a lieutenant who was a hero who got killed during 9/11, and then 3 years later they find out that he was actually in the building a half an hour beforehand, and he wasn't supposed to be there. So what was he doing there? Had he come upon something? Was he investigating something? So it's a web, and But I also always wanted to write about Rockaway. It's such an unusual and great area.
And then, well, it's not too far from Great Neck, New York, where I have my temple in a gas station. We're very small. But ladies and gentlemen, be looking for Rockaway Blues, is it? Is the name
Rockaway
of it?
Blue. Yeah.
Rockaway Blue, just a single blue. Well, if the book gets longer, maybe you'll pluralize it. Maybe.
I got the blues after it.
Larry Kirwan, a delight, health and good things to you, and shalom to you.
And to you, Slanta to you.
Oh, Slanta, yes. I'm kind of slanting him myself.
Yes. Take care of yourself, all right? I better go and check on this goddamn wall.
Go before the whole thing collapses around you. Get out of here. Go. Shalom.
Shalom.
How do I get? I'm going to remove you. Nothing. No offense. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Shalom, Larry Kirwan. Oh, shalom to you.
Rabbi.
Yes.
Did you make any connection to the Wailing Wall?
Oh, the Wailing Wall.
And then his wall falling down.
Oh, I didn't think of this. Oh, I will wail for him.
And tell the people, Joyce, Rabbi David's wife Joyce loves James Joyce.
David's wife, whose name is Joyce, and who was born on Bloomsday, June 16th.
Yeah.
So she loves him. She was particularly, Dave told me this, that she likes Portrait of the Artist as a young man.
When they say that she has skin of ivory, hair of gold, he's in love with it. It's beautiful. James Joyce is a beautiful writer.
Beautiful writer. Joyce happens to be a beautiful woman, but Dave, I'm not looking at her in a naughty, non-rabbinical way. It's, I can admire from afar with a box of tissues and some Vaseline, but I'm not touching. I'm not doing anything. Let me bring David back into the program to do more of the Dave's Gone By Facebook show. And thank you for watching. Thank you to Larry Kirwan. There's more Dave's Gone By ahead. This head right here. Let's hear some more of that Irish music that is public domain and that we can actually play. Let's do that jig all over again and get funky with it, Kaylee. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Little bit of Irish getting jiggy with it music here on this episode of Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, and our very, very fine and fun guest, Larry Kirwan, with us in the Daverhood. Have a little bit of bad news, unfortunately. Leslie Hoban Blake not feeling too well. So she's got kind of a bad stomach, says, see you next time. So well, look at this. I thought we would have like 3 people playing our Today-Yesterday quiz. And now we have no, I haven't heard from David Sheward, and I haven't heard from, and Leslie can't do it. And we thought Larry Kirwan would be playing the game with us, but he's got to go and deal with his house. So I haven't heard from David. I'm not sure what's up with him. I'm worried that I may have forgotten to send the link to him. So I may have to go on to Facebook and just drop him a little line and see where he's at. So forgive me if I'm trying to talk and say stuff while typing at the same time and trying to keep my mind on things. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. But I can tell you stuff that I say over and over again each week while I'm doing this. Oh, crap, yeah, he actually, oh, shame on me. Right, I've got to email him. Well, that was last week, actually. Or was it, hold it, 24, 21, 29. Yeah, no, that was like last week, but I need to. Oh, you found it. Fantastic. Thank you. Great. Oh, so it was this week's link. I did send it. So I don't know where he is. Anyway, if Dave comes, we'll let him in and we'll start playing our trivia game with him. We'll do the game no matter what. You know, before it became this whole thing with guests and with Leslie and David and my cousins, it was just me asking some trivia questions, which you guys are more than welcome to answer. But I'll hold it for a bit later in the show in the hopes that that Dave joins us. So, as a matter of fact, I think I still will drop him a reminder. And just because he says, can you email me the link? But that was from a week and a half ago. Oh, oops, no. For today. Boom. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen,
So somebody watched watched
the rabbi's interview.
47. They said they remembered the playing with this. It says, yeah, Irish rock with the drum machine, as I recall.
Irish rock. That he was talking about that early in Black 47's history. I didn't realize that it was the era of people already using the electronic drum machines to augment.
So prolific.
Yeah, I don't know how someone can do that, of writing a novel and then working on a musical and then working on a play. And this is the life thing that even before the pandemic, even before he was kind of shut in, like we all are. I know he's got that very cool attic space that he's in. That'd be a really nice place to sort of work and get away from everything. But anyway.
I think it's the only place he's allowed while they're reconstructing his home.
That's right.
He's vanished up in the belfry.
It would be safer to be in the basement.
I would think.
If they're knocking down walls, I think the basement would be.
Yeah, but then everything falls on you.
Oh, that's true.
You're on top.
Yeah. By the way,
Yes.
Oh, he was wonderful. He was absolutely.
And Joe Cochran said, "I can only read people I can see."
Sure.
And he said, "Tuning in, Dave. I'm a big fan." And the other guy who really liked it, Darren, he said he's got to do his own show, but he enjoyed the show.
Oh, well, thank you, Darren, and thank you, of course, to Joe Corcoran. Joe was the fellow who helped us get Tammy Pescatelli.
I wonder what happened that I can't do the watch party.
Well, these are things that we can work on like this week after the show's over.
All the stuff that Facebook said, but I think I don't have to be an account holders or something.
Oh, well, I don't know. What I do know is that we're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour of Dave's Gone By. We have more to do, but I did want to thank so much the fine folks at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway in Hewlett, Long Island. They're the franchise of Minuteman in Hewlett, but use these folks. Don't just go to any old Minuteman. Use Hewlett Minuteman Press because they're a great family, the Torong family, and they do fine quality work, reasonable prices, reasonable turnaround times. They've been doing this since the mid-1970s, so they know what they're doing. I don't get it. And it's like they've been able to adapt and shift with the times. So of course with email and everything, people aren't making as many copies and bound volumes of things as they used to, but okay, there's still, baseball teams need uniforms and insignias, and companies that are hiring crew need things with logos and labels on them. People still need business cards, right? People still need wedding invitations, and they still need to send holiday cards out, and they still want to put up signs and banners and posters, all of that. And Hewlett Minuteman Press can help with everything. You need that calendar, with pictures of stuff and your company's logo on every page. Hewlett Minuteman Press can help. And if you tell them Dave sent you, you'll get 10% off any job, big or small. So give them a call, 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. Hewlett Minuteman Press, they are the copy kings. Ooh, that is the applause cueing us to let us know that we actually have the 11 o'clock hour here on Dave's Gone By. So, very happy that you're all joining us here every Saturday from 9 a.m. until noon or thereabouts in the Daverhood. Joyce is saying, yeah, it's kind of a shame that, we don't have old Facebook anymore. But here's the deal. Speaking of old things, we've been around doing this show since 2002. If you want to go back and listen to what we were doing back in 2002 in October when we started. What? Sorry?
Wants me to log in. Facebook is very weird today.
I don't know what's up with them.
It doesn't like me.
But go to davesgoneby.com. That is the official website of the show. And it's also where we keep all of our archives that are absolutely free to listen to. We've got all the audio from when we were just a radio show. We've got the video of the programs that we've been broadcasting, video casting for the past 3 years or so, since we started doing this when we were in Colorado. It's all there, hours and hours of entertainment fun and hundreds of hours of interviews with great people like Larry Kirwan. My gosh, we've had so many musicians on the program, from Jill Sabule and Jane Siberry to Loudon Wainwright III, to Judy Collins, to Neil Sedaka, Gary U.S. Bonds. These are just, Sophie B. Hawkins, the wonderful Tom Paxton, the late Oscar Brand. All of these are in our incredibly valuable, for history's sake, archives of Dave's Gone By. And they're all available to everybody by going to davesgoneby.com. davesgoneby.com. And remember that we also support a website called archive.org. We don't financially support, but we put all our shows and our interviews there too. So it's a nonprofit website collecting paintings and books and drawings and radio shows and TV shows from the 20th and 21st century, all in one nonprofit place. It's archive.org, and you can find Dave's Gone By there as well, just by looking for Dave's Gone By. And what else? So we put our podcasts, audio only, at castbox.fm. Castbox.fm. So if you're on the go, if you don't want to sit there and watch me for like 3 hours or so, it's okay. If you just want to hear the program, all you have to do is go to castbox.fm and take Dave's Gone By anywhere you want to go. Yeah, Ben, what's up? So I haven't heard from David Sheward yet. I'm hoping I will, but even if I don't, we'll do our yesterday quiz in just a little bit. But hon, we haven't even done Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Haven't even gotten to that yet.
I can't even log back in.
Let me,
Want to do it?
well, let me see if I can log you in as your face. Oh, you got it.
Log me in. I think I'm okay.
Oh, yeah, she just logged in. She's been trying to do a watch party for the show that she does every week. And it's just not
Why is it so bad?
not working for her. I don't know.
Settings.
Maybe Facebook is having some issues. Hell, I think Google had issues earlier this week. So she's trying. Well, you know what? While you work on that, I'll do Inside Broadway, and then we'll do Greeley Crimes.
I can do it. I can do both. I'm not very talented, but I can.
All right. So in that case, in that eventuality, let's go back to Colorado, where Joyce and I were living for a few years, and talk about things that happened, incidents that occurred in northern Colorado that people called up their local police department and said, hey, please send a policeman over. This weird thing is happening. And that would be public information if they called the police dispatch. The newspaper would collect all this info into a column called Cop Log, where the funniest, weirdest calls that came into dispatch would then be put right in the newspaper. And we mix those up with another column in the Greeley Tribune, and that is called 100 Years Ago. Literally, Mike Peters, our friend of the Daverhood, who works and has worked at the Greeley Tribune for like 50 years, he goes into the newspapers back in 1920, and he pulls out the weirdest, funniest, most nostalgic bits that he can and shares them once a week in the paper. Well, we share everything here on Dave's Gone By, right here in the Daverhood in Greeley Crimes and Old Times. La 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 la, fiddly-o-dee-doo. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times for this Saturday, October 24th, 2020. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, and my wonderful wife, Joyce, playing along, not really playing along, but just going to do some of the items that we find every week here in this newspaper, the Greeley Tribune. I usually have a sample issue to hold up. Here we go. There we go. The Greeley Tribune from a couple of months ago. Well, a couple of years ago, actually. Yeah. So, let's get to some crime. Shall we? We shall. A caller at a convenience store. Kind of an inconvenient store, if you ask me. A caller at a convenience store reported that a man was staring in the window of the store and yelling at people. I don't find this weird at all. You know, I've watched Rabbi Solomon go around, and he loves window yelling. That is one of his favorite pastimes, especially on Shabbos after the show. So nothing too weird there. But this also happened this past week in Colorado. A caller on 20th Avenue reported, and I don't know why, this is one of those things that shouldn't be funny. There's nothing funny about it, and yet the details somehow make it funny. A caller on 20th Avenue reported a dumpster attached to a dump truck fell on top of a Volkswagen Jetta. Something about a dumpster and specifically a Jetta I find amusing. Not really getting a reaction from the wife, but I kind of like it. And just the image.
It was a Jetta.
That's the beautiful.
How can you be so specific that you don't even know? Like, you know.
They don't tell you the make of the dump truck. It could have been Chrysler.
It's very weird.
It could have been. But it's just the idea of all this effluence falling on a Jetta is quite beautiful. Oh, by the way, 100 years ago, this past week, Greeley Mayor C.C. Todd spoke to the Knights of Pythias on Sunday afternoon. And as a Pythia, I missed it. He said, quote, "You can't get something for nothing." He meant that if citizens of Greeley want more from their city, they will have to pay more taxes. So essentially, he apparently is also on the Democratic ticket at the moment here in 2020. Let me see if I can find something funnier. Many people still believe, and by the way, this is kind of cool because just a couple of days ago, Joyce and I went for a walk in the evening, and we looked at the moon, and it was like one of those silver paper moon, one of those crescent moon things. Many people still believe that if you get a haircut during
I found a way to get people. I'm inviting them by message sending.
Oh, thank you.
One doesn't like it. I forget her name. She'll be mad.
Oh.
She don't like it.
Or she doesn't like being annoyed with a request to watch the show? We must kill her. But if you get a haircut during a crescent moon, you will get a severe headache. Have you ever heard this, babe? Have you ever heard this idea that if you get a haircut in the slivery moon, you'll get a headache?
I'm a witch, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Joyce is a witch. Doesn't matter. The same people, by the way, the newspaper is printing this in 1920. The same people believe that if you point at a full moon, you will get a felon on your pointing finger.
I think it's like the one thing is sponsored by like a barbershop.
And
the other thing is sponsored by like a doctor who removes warts. And
I should mention there's no sexual thing about a felon being on. A felon is apparently an old word for a cut. Have you ever heard that?
A felon? No.
Yeah, you will get a felon on your pointing finger if you point at the moon.
You'd be a felon.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that's kind of funny because it's a slippery, like a sharp-looking moon. So if you point at it, you get a cut. Well,
that's not.
And the newspaper, if the newspaper printed it, it must be true.
Fake news.
Oh, a tame magpie in Greeley.
What do I have?
Because those wild magpies you got to stay away from. But a tame magpie in Greeley was watched by its owner as the bird picked up pebbles in the yard. Left Bam Bam alone, but it was picking up pebbles and dropped them into a recently dug hole. After watching for a while, the owner looked in the hole and found a toad in there. The bird was apparently stoning the toad for its own amusement.
Probably for food.
What, do birds eat frogs?
I think birds eat frogs. They're not veg.
Maybe. Just this idea of, wow. And I will repeat the funniest line that Joyce ever said. She said it about, I'm going to say it, I got to say it because I brought it up last week. And so for those of you who didn't hear it, at one point, I wear boxer shorts sometimes around the house. And if you're a man, you know that if you sit in loose boxer shorts, not everything is contained. And I actually wear briefs under my boxer shorts, and still not everything is contained. And so, like, she's looking at me, I'm sitting there, and like a giant testicle is squirting out of both pieces of clothing that I'm wearing. And she says, Dave, you look like you're sitting on a toad. My wife, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you so much. I will never, I may want that line
David,
carved onto my tombstone. What?
This is how much I tried to post the watch party. I have posted you 4 times.
Oh, dear. So maybe it was posting
and you're
without
all in
your...
different stages of talking.
That would be me.
It's not the timeline thing. I don't have those dots. I hate it.
Oh well. Let's do another crime. Here's another crime from
Greeley. Dictionary.
We never. You know what? Let's see. How much time do we have? Well, maybe we'll table dictionary because we still have the limerick and we still have the quiz and we still have, I think, just that. Oh, and Inside Broadway. We're going to go Inside Broadway in a little bit too. Police responded to an apartment on 29th Street where a caller got a knock at her door and found a small black bag. What do you think was in the bag?
Hopefully not a stoned frog.
Not a stoned frog or even a mildly impaired frog from drinking. No. What do you think she found in the bag?
A severed head.
Nope. Nothing terrible like that.
Underpants.
Well, life's a beach. She found in the bag sand because people or kids were placing sand in dog waste bags and leaving them at people's doors.
Why? These
Why?
children, they definitely need better online schooling.
But I'll tell you one thing, that is better than looking in a sandbag and finding dog waste in it. I would prefer this. Yeah.
Were they Schedule A or B, the students?
It was a private joke for everybody in my school district right there. This one is dedicated to our friend Egg.
I'm getting responses and I don't know I hear them, but I don't know how to see them.
Well, thank you to all the folks who are responding. I'm wondering if I can see them on a Facebook page that I have here. Let me get rid of this. I don't need that. Did I hear back from David? I don't know.
Somebody wrote and said they're working every Saturday, but they'd like to join. They're going to watch you on the rerun, you know?
Yeah, oh, that's fantastic. Go to davesgoneby.com and you can watch this episode and every episode we've ever done whenever you like. We'd love to have you live, but we totally understand if you can't.
You
so
have jobs, you know?
I know. Well, remember, who would call in? Tony Sportiello, our friend of the Daverhood.
Tony.
He used to, you watch the first half hour, and then he'd have to go and work. Yeah.
What happened to Tony?
Haven't heard from him in a bit. I hope he's okay.
I know he posts pictures of his kids. He's got a beautiful family. Maybe he's busy with the family.
Too busy to watch this
I
program?
think so. I think he's got daughters that are teens or preteens. He's probably very busy.
Or what? Hey, if he has daughters or teens, send them to me.
No.
Not the preteens. I'm not Rudy Giuliani here. Just kidding.
I can't do it.
Anyway, that's what she said. Here we go. Let's do another.
I'm putting in life event.
Another Greeley crime and old time. Yeah, well, all right, life event. Yeah.
Travel, interest.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to be watching Dave's Gone By.
Watching Dave's Gone By. While Dave says, quote, from 100 years ago in the papers, star Greeley high school football player Harold Neal has a rib, which is inconveniently loose at one end and was not able to practice Tuesday night. Now, here's kind of a grammar thing, because the way this is written or was written back in the day, star Greeley high school football player Harold Neal has a rib, which is inconveniently loose at one end and was not able to practice Tuesday night. So the rib apparently was unable to practice, even though Harold Neal was. Someone needs a subject agreement lecture here. However, he is expected to play in the game against Longmont on Saturday. And if you've ever had a Longmont, you know how pleasurable that can be. Ladies and gentlemen, we have weather prophets. This again from 100 years ago in the newspaper. Weather prophets, Profits. If it is raining and the owl screeches, a change for the better will come. But, however, oh, look at that. What is that?
It's they're watching with planets, see?
There was a sperm.
No, they're watching planets, if they're shining a light on planets.
Oh, very cute. So here's the deal. If it is raining and the owl screeches, then something good will happen. But if the peacock screeches, bad weather will arrive shortly.
That doesn't seem based on any kind of science.
You think? Yeah, no.
Who wrote that? That day or in the Greeley crime in the old times must have been somebody who was not quite right in the head.
Yeah. It's just, you wonder about the things that just wound up in a newspaper back in the day.
They were filling for space.
It was like Poor Richard's Almanac mixed with half news. It's a very strange thing. But this is real news. This actually happened, and we do this every week on Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Let's hear the sound.
All right, play the sound. Let's hear it. I'll be quiet, and you can go to the right and see that speaker. Oh, it's up. Maybe there's no sound on it. Oh, well. Oh, let it be. But here's the deal. We go for stories that are away from Colorado. Like most of our stories are from Colorado, but we try and get one or two that are elsewhere. Odd news from around the universe. And this one is quite literally from around the universe. Dateline outer space. Ladies and gentlemen, this happened. British frozen foods grocer Iceland Foods. We should tell you something already, why Iceland Foods is in the middle of Britain. British frozen foods grocer Iceland Foods made history last week by sending a chicken nugget into space. This is real. This is absolutely true. To celebrate its 50th anniversary. Oh, I know it's coming. To celebrate its 50th anniversary, Iceland Foods hired space marketing company Sent into Space for the stunt. The company launched a chicken nugget into an altitude of 110,000 feet, or about 21 miles, into the region known as near space.
I can't stop you.
Now, by the way, this is the height of roughly 880,000 Iceland chicken nuggets. You know, if you pile them one on top of another. The nugget made it about 1/3 of the way to outer space, which begins about 62 miles above Earth.
So they can see your watch in outer space.
The chicken would be, but your eye just goes to the watch, doesn't it? Like, ooh. But here's the deal. This is the most fantastic thing. This chicken nugget spent an hour floating up and around in space, was not affected by low pressure and temperatures of minus 85 degrees. You know why? Because it's not food. The reason that a chicken nugget can withstand any degree Kelvin, minus or positive, is because there's no actual food in a chicken nugget. The nugget then rocketed back. What?
There's no food in a chicken nugget?
I mean, it's not. I don't know if there's any chicken in there. There's stuff in there. There's, the foam packaging when you buy something on Amazon, and they bread that, and then they spritz some paprika on it, and that is essentially a nugget. It's still tasty. And this is all true. The nugget then rocketed back to Earth at 200 miles per hour, and I kid you not, this is the most beautiful. You have this image in your mind. the image of the chicken nugget all the way 27 miles above Earth and then plummeting back to Earth. And then when it reached 12 miles above ground level, what do you think happened there?
It bursted.
No, it didn't. It didn't at all.
Somebody ate it with a little dipping sauce.
No, a Martian didn't grab it.
Somebody served it through a drive-through with the Travis Scott meal.
Eventually, later. No, I mean, if you're going to send a nugget up to space and you want it to land okay, what do you have to do?
Oh, you put a little parachute. Of course.
The parachute opened 12 miles
But
above.
how did the nugget open it?
Do they have automatic?
I don't know. How did the nugget open it?
A chicken nugget with a parachute coming, and we can't solve world hunger. Sent into space, launched the nugget from a farm in North Wales. It took just under 2 hours to reach its destination. The nugget was carried, and this is so appropriate, by a gas-filled weather balloon with a satellite tracking system. And yes, a camera apparently filmed the journey of this wonder nugget.
Wonder nugget.
What,
Wonder nugget.
how there are fires in Colorado and California that people cannot put out. That 1,500
Maybe
fire
wonder
crews.
nugget, people have to help them.
I know how much money, how much time, how much energy and effort went into sending a chicken nugget 27 miles into space and having it land safely, right? I mean, if anything fell 27 miles to Earth, it could be problematic if it fell on a human being or an animal. But the world amazes me sometimes. We're doing Greeley crimes all times. I'm Dave. Let's do one or two more crimes or old timeses, and then we'll table the segment for this week, or at least put it on a table. So a little bit more. For example, police, again, this is another one where I don't understand why it's funny. I just find it funny. Police responded to 35th Avenue, where a caller reported someone was throwing eggs at a street sweeper. There's no reason this is hilarious, and yet somehow I find it rather beautiful.
Is that old times or new times?
That's new. This happened. Someone was throwing eggs at a street sweeper. It's kind of like, why? Well, it's like throwing tomatoes at a Zamboni, just because. Just because. You know, oh, hun, I know you don't like leaving the house. I know it's a pandemic and stuff, but there will be a Republican jollification on Friday at the State Teachers College Gymnasium. U.S. Senator Kenyon will speak, campaign songs will be played, and by the way, again, and this happens so often on Dave's Gone By, what animal, when we were talking earlier, and I said I didn't want a mouse, and I wouldn't have a gerbil, I wouldn't have any rodents in the house, dogs and cats, okay, fish and turtles, what animal did I say I would accept if it had a big backyard?
A turtle.
Aside from the turtle. What was the big animal? What animal did I say?
A llama. Cow.
You said llama.
Cow.
I said no. Elk. I said elk. Did I not say elk?
Yes.
So I said elk, right? You heard me. You heard me an hour and a half ago say elk. Completely unremembered by me. This is from Greeley in the newspaper 100 years ago. There will be a Republican jollification on Friday at the Teachers College gym. U.S. Senator Kenyon will speak. Campaign songs will be played by the Elks Band.
Oh, nice.
Woo! And by the way, if you're going to this jollification, both enthusiasm and pep are expected. Not either one. They want both enthusiasm and pep.
That's a lot of expectation.
What is the difference between enthusiasm and pep?
Pep is an outward expression of enthusiasm. You could be enthusiastic, but not pep is showing it. Like cheerleaders are peppy,
Yeah.
so cheer squads have pep.
And I know that Rabbi Saul, he takes Enthusiasmo Bismol. Yeah, it works. It works.
Doesn't seem very enthusiastic to me.
Well, in his rage. Rabbi Sal has enthusiastic rage, I think. Let's do one more of something. Let's do an old time. Greeley Fire Chief C.P. Chetwood had some serious leg injuries when he was attacked. He was attacked by the fire station's, speaking of animals, who do you think attacked?
The dog.
No, nope, not a dog. The fire station's pet American eagle. The chief was sitting in a chair when with the eagle on his lap.
Oh no, that's step number one.
Yeah,
like.
no, you don't. I mean, it's a bald eagle, but you don't get bald by the eagle, if you know what I'm saying.
Do not put it. No, everybody knows that. You don't put an eagle on
You
your
don't
lap.
put a wild, endangered bird on your lap. When the bird suddenly attacked, go figure, digging its claws into the chief's legs.
No, but they have talons. That must hurt. Like
I'm sure. So the chief got the bird in a chokehold.
It's the national symbol. They're endangered species. You can't put a.
He got the next to last one.
David, you can't put an eagle in a chokehold. I'm sorry.
Well, it did get the bird to release its claws.
Good.
The chief said the bird had been troublesome lately.
Uh-oh. Here's what happened.
The chief's turkey tasted pretty funny that Thanksgiving, I'll tell you. It's kind of gamey for a turkey this year.
Most of the time when they have those birds, they have them with blinders. They have like a handler. They're not sitting in a firehouse in somebody's lap. I mean, that's disturbing.
Well, I mean, granted, 1920, they didn't necessarily have all these things, but
yeah, but why would you have
a pet American eagle?
Get a Dalmatian, like a decent firehouse.
Or get another bird. Get an owl or
a pigeon.
Yeah. Just get a little sparrow or something. My God.
Yeah, like a canary. My God.
Yeah. So I do love that story. Do you like that story, Chicken? Oh, Chicken's basically having lunch.
It better than the one launching a chicken nugget.
Yeah, they didn't like the nugget story at all. No. Sorry, Chicken. That, I mean, that's as good a way to end the segment as any. That was Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
But he is getting where you said Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, 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 yippee-yi.
Joyce is saying very disturbing animal stuff here on the American eagle going crazy, the chicken nugget being launched into space, Potato having an injury earlier this week. How are you feeling? It's okay. We'll enroll you in both C's. You'll be fine. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about 11:30 in the morning here in the Daverhood with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce. Potato Chicken is with us. We have our potato love. Oh, and I didn't even make a proper introduction. See, as angry and disappointed, more disappointed as I was by my Joyba ring gels being torn to pieces by squirrels and ants, something else came for me in the mail today. Something beautiful and something that was untouched by nature and came to us pristine. A beautiful, buxom, bouncing baby potato. Look at it. He's got a purple ribbon. Some of them have pink ribbons. He's got more of the purple going on. He's got beautiful eyes. And look at this. Look. If you turn him over and you look at this, one of his eyes, it looks like a little heart. Isn't that wonderful? And he's beautiful, beautiful bum and backside too. Lovely coloration. Workable arms. The feet generally don't work, but that's because of their diabetes. Ladies and gentlemen, an actual beautiful new potato in the Daverhood. So this made up for a lot. This made up for my Joyba ring gels going the way of all flesh. But ladies and gentlemen, we have so much to do. We've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up, and we have our Today Yesterday quiz. But before we get to that, let's just very quickly and very briefly, because I am wearing briefs, go inside Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater on and off Broadway and beyond. Brought to you by Total Theater and Performing Arts Insider. Curtain going up. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I got a text from Leslie wishing me a very happy 50th birthday.
Oh,
A few years late, Les.
happy birthday, honey.
Yeah, I think I had a little bit more hair 6 years ago. I don't know why she thinks it's my 50th or anything like that. I kind of wish it was still my 50th birthday, but no. We are in the anniversary month of this program. It's our 18th anniversary.
It was so good, David, with
Well,
Larry.
oh yeah, and so we have had a wonderful time so far on the show with guest Larry
A lot of
Kirwan.
celebrities too from Broadway and stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of Broadway, we're going inside Broadway. Just going to let you know, I know there's no Broadway now, right? Broadway stopped on March 12th, and the earliest anything will happen is June of next year. And it's very unlikely that there'll be a show to watch or see until really September or October of next year. June is probably when they're just going to allow actors to start congregating again and have dressers and people backstage and crew pulling the risers and things. So don't think suddenly, oh, June 1st we're back in. Not quite, but there's still some Broadway news. As a matter of fact, I teased this earlier in the show. There is a movie star who wants to do a musical not on Broadway, but in another country where already, they're having fewer restrictions against this kind of mass gathering event. This movie star wants to be in a musical, an American musical, that is translated into Spanish, and he will star. Do you have any? Do you want to take a hint or anything?
Antonio Banderas. Did I get it right? Did I get it right?
Yes.
I told you.
I don't know if
I'm psychic. You don't make fun of me.
no, you make fun of yourself when we try and get you to do trivia. And I don't know trivia. I never get these. You shouldn't just try and answer the questions from knowledge. You should just guess. You should psychically get the answer in your head.
I loved him. Is he still married to Melanie Griffin? She looks really freaky.
Whoa.
Surgery. She got a lot of surgery in a bad way.
Well, whatever about that. Yes, Antonio Banderas.
Whatever he would do, I would definitely go see.
I'm sure you would. Well, guess what? He wants to do an American classic musical on stage in Spain, in Malaga, Spain, in 2021.
Anything in Spain.
Well, he wants to play, and there's already footage of him rehearsing and doing this from months ago. He wants to play Bobby Booby, the lead character in Stephen Sondheim and George Firth's Company, en Español,
Of course.
in Malaga in 2021.
How is Spain doing with the pandemic?
I don't know.
Better shape?
Well, the thing is, a lot of these countries that have even been hit hard don't have the restrictions that Broadway has put on itself.
Even I don't know Italy with theater, but I know they.
Oh, but Broadway is being extra cautious also because you've got all these unions fighting each other.
I think that's actually a safety precaution.
Yeah.
Because if they weren't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, it is wise, it is smart, but maybe, if they could figure something out, you could bring 300 people into the room, have the actors distanced, and start doing the movie theaters are opening,
Yeah, but that's not necessarily good.
Yeah.
Whoops, whoa.
I also don't necessarily mean like this week, but maybe, you know, if we crest through the third wave. What happened? By the way, what happened to the second wave? Did I miss it? Was I asleep?
Said we're in the third one. Oh, look, I need a I put the video in.
Oh, great. Okay.
I
So,
did it. I don't know how I did that.
but it's like we were all bracing for it. Like we've got the corona. It came through March, April, May, viciously, horribly in New York. Yeah, there it is. Joyce is scrolling through a couple of things that she wanted. Oh, yay! Well done. First wave came through. We survived it, and then New York, you know, saw the curve go way down. Thank God. The death curve, the incidence curve, going up again. But you know, people aren't getting as sick. That would.
We don't really know a lot of like. I think a lot of it is just like because remember there was a time when we were home and we heard no ambulances, and then we heard every ambulance. It was like now we constantly hear ambulance, fire thing. There's a while where it was peaceful.
I know.
And then it went, I'm afraid in winter, if like people are non-flu shotted, they're going to get the flu and think it's corona. And then we're going to have everybody getting tested for corona when it's the flu.
Or both.
Yeah,
it's very possible people don't even know they have corona. Then they get the flu, and then they're tested and they have, you know, coro flu. But I still don't know, where was the second wave?
I think the first wave was like March and April. Then we had another wave. And now people are saying third wave, yeah.
But no. Where was the second wave? Where was it? I was reading the papers every day.
I think it happened when they started opening things and we went up again. You know, I don't know. I think it's just one long.
I'll tell you what that second wave was like. Remember back in the stadium from like 25, 30 years ago, they had the big thing that people would do. The camera would pan across 50,000 people in a baseball stadium, and they'd all be doing the wave. It was, you know, it was this fun. It overplayed itself, but it was a great thing to watch. You know, you'd see thousands of people, and they just go, "Whoa!" And you see waves and waves of people.
I think it's like feminism. The first wave of Corona was like all white women, and then it was like, you know, the bougie white women, and the second wave, you know. I think with Corona just killed indiscriminately to follow the wave.
No, but the second wave of Corona, if you remember, when the Mets when the Mets were bad, which is always,
when weren't they?
And you nobody was buying tickets. And there was one time when they had a camera on the stand, and it was basically empty in a mezzanine except for two guys who were sitting together. And one guy went like this, and the guy went like that. And one guy went like this, and they were doing like it was hilarious. It was comically ridiculous. That was the second wave of Corona. We just was like, I missed it. You know?
The second wave were like diehard fans. Is that the?
Yeah, the second wave was just like a couple of guys sitting in the stands getting sick. You know, and now already, if the third wave is like the second wave, we're on easy street. We're incredibly lucky. You know, at least for New York. I don't know about California and Texas and Florida. But anywho. So yeah. So how do we get on
I
then?
wonder what happened to Bubbles the chimp when after Michael Jackson died.
Whatever.
Do you ever wonder?
Whatever happened? I'm sure Bubbles is long gone into monkey heaven.
Really? How long do monkeys live?
I don't know, but some like those Jane Goodall monkeys, they used to live for decades. But Michael Jackson's chimp, I don't, you know, especially since it probably caught some sort of social disease from Michael Jackson. He may have given it chlamydia.
Today marks 5 years that we've been in 2020.
True.
Give me more questions that I can psychically answer.
Well, but let me finish this up about.
Do I win Antonio Banderas because I got it right? Do I win him?
Yes, he's going to come to the house. Well, except you wouldn't let him in because you're afraid of the pandemic.
Oh no, Idris Elba would come in no problem. Even though Idris Elba had COVID, Idris Elba is like immune. So
really,
I like Antonio Banderas too. We could meet in Argentina.
Any others? Any other?
We could meet in Argentina if I could teleport there.
Well, this is Malaga, Spain. This is
even better.
Yeah, that's where he will be doing the musical company, not one of the great musicals, but the greatest musical score. I'm sorry, what?
What would you call company in Spanish?
Compañía, maybe. Compañía.
That's very good.
And you can go on YouTube and find Banderas doing the opening number, like door chime in comes company, da, da, or maybe he does the number that opens the second act, da 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 the side by. So well, he does one of them with a whole chorus and stuff in Spanish. And we know he can sing. He actually was on Broadway in the musical 9 about a decade ago. What about Angels in America? I don't remember. I think he played a gay man in some age. Wasn't he in the Tom Hanks Philadelphia?
Yes, Oh, yes, he was great at that. I'll be back in a second, David. I won't interrupt you.
So anyway, while Joyce is going, let me remind you that Inside Broadway
give you the word.
is a segment. No, I'm not doing.
Oh, David, look what the word was. It was police
maybe
state.
I will do it.
It was police state.
Really?
Look.
That's interesting that it would be in a dictionary from 1966. Should I do it? Should I talk about police state later in the show?
I found it. You don't have to, honey. It's up to you. It's your show.
Well, you've done it. Now I'm committed.
Look, it's your show.
So we're going to add to the show. It's already 20 to 12. We're going to add Dave's Big Dictionary.
Why don't you just read Ulysses?
That's right. Oh, God. What a stately, plump Buck Mulligan. Anyway, here we go. So police state, when I do Dave's Big Dictionary, when the show goes into overtime, police state will be the word. It's 2 words, actually. It's a government that seeks to intimidate and suppress political opposition by means of a secret police force. So, the Stasi and so forth. Police state will be our Dave's Big Dictionary word of the day. What that means is, a little later in the program, I will have to talk for about 5 or 10 minutes about that, just off the top of my head. We'll see how I do. Okay, but right now we're talking Broadway. And I want to remind you that Performing Arts Insider has been the Bible of Broadway since 1944. This is the journal, it is the magazine that folks in the entertainment industry use and consult to find out everything about every show on, off, and off Broadway. Here's the October issue. Just came out. I still have the September one here. Obviously, not a lot to show about Broadway. Empty tickets booth area, empty stage with a ghost light. But the hope is there that Broadway will continue. And when it does, Performing Arts Insider will be there with all the info. For example, all the shows that were playing up until mid-March when Broadway stopped, shows that were just about to open, shows that are being planned for 2021 and 22, a map of the Broadway district, all of that just on one page. The next page, a guide to all the theaters on Broadway. Who owns them? Is it Nederlander, Drew Jamson, Second Stage? Is it Roundabout? And how many seats they have and where they're located. This is important inside information for everyone involved in the entertainment industry, as is a list of the press agents. If you want to contact somebody from a Broadway show, it could be a designer, could be a writer, could be an actor, could be tech people. How do you do that? Well, the first people you go through are the press agents. These are the folks who represent the shows. Here's their emails and here's their phone numbers. And then we get to really the more fun part of the magazine, the day-by-day Broadway calendar listings and off-Broadway too, when every show starts, previews, opens, and closes. Right now, obviously everything's on hiatus, but we're starting to get some dates in for when shows will start, fingers crossed. And then, I know we're in the middle of a pandemic. Why would you get a theater magazine in the middle of a pandemic? Because we also have a special section just for virtual theater, for all the shows you can watch on Zoom or YouTube or Vimeo. These are plays that may have been recorded in the 1980s or 90s in full productions, or maybe they were television production of theatrical shows, or maybe they're brand new Zoom theaters that people are doing right now. It's all there in this very current and very important section of Performing Arts Insider. And then, of course, we get to the runway, where all the shows are waiting to come back, Broadway, off, and off Broadway. You can't get this information anywhere else. We even have a rumors section of shows that haven't been scheduled yet, but they're being worked on for the months and years ahead. And an index in the back. And of course, how do you subscribe?
David Antonio Banderas?
No, not talking about him at the moment. We are talking about going to performingartsinsider.com. Performingartsinsider.com. It is the place to find out.
Since 1957.
No, 1944 is when. Yeah. because you can either get the hard copy in the mail, it's an actual physical magazine, or if you want to save some trees, we can just email you
That's so cool.
the
Now you have to
publication.
say pandemic friendly.
Yeah, pandemic-friendly publication. So, and you save a little money too if you just get it by email. Either way, performingartsinsider.com has all that information. If you're not sure, if you want to send away for a single issue, you can do that as well. Performingartsinsider.com. It is and remains the Bible of Broadway. All right, moving forward in the Daverhood, or in our Inside Broadway segment, real quick, we want to say goodbye to a couple of people who passed away this past week. For example, this is sad, and we are getting in a mention of Lin-Manuel Noriega
Oh,
because actress Doreen Montalvo, 56 years old, my age.
oh, someone give you a thumbs up.
Thank you for, who's the first name? Anybody?
Jeff.
Oh, well,
Not
thank
our
you.
friend Jeff, another Jeff.
Another Jeff. Well, thank you, Jeff. Doreen Montalvo died last Saturday of a sudden illness. She was on Broadway in the Lin-Manuel Miranda play In the Heights, and she is going to be in the upcoming movie version. She was also in the upcoming movie of West Side Story that Spielberg is directing. On Broadway, you would have seen her in the Gloria Estefan musical On Your Feet, and she was going to be in Mrs. Doubtfire, which is one of the shows that was just about to open on Broadway before the pandemic hit. So sad news, farewell to Doreen Montalvo.
Was it COVID?
It said sudden illness. So at least the information I have doesn't mention COVID specifically. Sad news. And then talk about a theater legend. Marge Champion passed away on October 21st at the age of 101. Her father was a dance director, so she was dancing really early. She ended up marrying an animator for Walt Disney. And that's how she wound up as the physical model for Snow White.
Oh,
And not only that, her dance moves influenced and were studied for such Disney characters as Dopey, also in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and Hyacinth the Hippo in Fantasia. That dance was based on choreographic movements that Marge Champion was doing. Then, she divorced the first guy, married her second husband, Gower Champion, and they danced together in a bunch of MGM movies, including Showboat, the 1940s remake. They had a TV show together,
what was it called?
Marge and Gower Champion.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and of course, she was also in such Broadway shows as Beggar's Holiday, Steppin' Out, which was a cute little musical about middle-aged women going dancing again, and she was in the revival in 2001 of Sondheim's Follies.
Wow.
She helped her husband, Gower, choreograph the original Hello, Dolly. She choreographed the dances in the movie Queen of the Stardust Ballroom. And I didn't realize this or remember this. She was married to director Boris Sagal, which made her the stepmother of Katie Sagal and her sisters. So, again, I interviewed Katie Sagal at one point, not for this show, but for magazines. So I send my condolences to her. And, condolences from the Daverhood, from this dance and theater legend, Marge Champion, which is why every week on Dave's Gone By, I still champion the theater. Ain't Broadway grand?
It's the famous gay white way, where the night is bright as day. Ain't Broadway grand?
It's not just a thoroughfare, it's a tingle in the air. Ain't Broadway grand?
It's excitement, it's romance, it's all fun and song and dance. This wonderland, you can be a millionaire quicker here than anywhere. Ain't Broadway grand?
You audition very well. You're in great form, you can tell. Broadway grand. As you do your last take, we'll call you is all they say. Broadway grand. Then it happens they pick you, and your dream is coming true.
Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Broadway is grand, and I feel grand doing this program, Dave's Gone By. So we still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, and we still have Dave's Big Dictionary to get through, with Police State being the words of the day. But before we get to that, let's do our today, yesterday quiz. Let me see if I've heard back from David Short. I guess he's not maybe joining us. Yeah, I don't see him.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, what do you say?
So Leslie said I was trying to tune in just to watch. I can't unless I zoom and I look like poop. I just learned it's Dave's Big 50.
Yeah, no, it's not. Not at all. She's on some medications again.
Leslie, I'm worried, hon.
Yeah, shout out to Leslie. I hope you are listening. All you got to do is go to our Facebook page to tune in.
David?
Yeah, you can write to her. We're going to start the quiz now if she wants to join and she looks like
can't
poop.
join in unless she joins in on the link. So no,
Okay.
she said she doesn't want to.
All right. I mean, she could just do the video, the audio. But so we'll do amazingly enough. We went from 3 contestants down to 0.
Well, it is
So-
your 50th birthday, so.
Yeah. So you can play against the house, folks, in our today, yesterday quiz. What that is some.
Jeffrey Mosier likes your video.
Oh, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Jeff from UNC, Jeff?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Jeff. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's going okay by you. So, Jeff, if you want to, certainly text and play along. I'll read the trivia questions, and you can see if you can answer the question.
Oh, wait, okay.
What?
Dave Stewart said, Dave, I didn't get an email from you, so I went out to vote. Sorry about the communication.
Oh, write to him. We're doing the show right now, or is he back?
I don't know. It was 18 minutes ago. I'm going to reply and say, we are doing the quiz now. Are you free?
And then I'll email him, or you can email him
Yeah,
the link.
I'm going to say, oh, wait.
Yeah. Sorry about this.
I'm going to say,
talk amongst yourselves.
sent the Zoom link via AOL. Let's see. I wrote back. Let's see.
So I knew there's always something that I forget to do in the week that involves the show. Sometimes it's sending the
I can't even do a
invitations.
watch party, David. So I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
we should know how to do Zoom.
But so you know what? Why don't let's wait a couple of minutes.
Or I'm going to say, or you can chat your answers. You can chat your answers
Here.
here.
Cool. All righty. Anyway, sorry about the dead air for a moment there, folks. So
You
let
can
me.
be a millionaire. It's your 50th birthday. You can do what you want.
That's true. That's true. It's my show. If I just want to sit here quietly, I can't just sit here quietly. You know me.
When you turn 50, you can do what you want.
Well, you know what? Why don't we'll take a little bit of time just before the 12 o'clock hour, and also do our friends of the Daverhood. Why don't we do that while we see if we can get David back in the Daverhood to play our today, yesterday quiz with us. Meanwhile, David Short has been on the show several times now, and we have a new friend
He's
of the.
very good at the quiz, David.
Yeah.
He's an excellent quiz player.
Larry Kirwan is a new friend of the Daverhood, the playwright and the musician who was on the show earlier. Rabbi Saul Solomon, of course, you can find out about him by going to his website, shalomdammit.com, shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. So all those folks, and Leslie Hoban Blake too, who is unfortunately under the weather, they're friends. They're people, notable people who have been on this program in the past, and we kind of like to keep tabs on what they're up to. Well, there's some other folks we like to keep tabs on, other friends of the Daverhood. So here we go. We're going to let you know how people are doing. For example, our playwright friend Edward Einhorn, his play, The Resistible Rise of J.R. Brinkley, is getting a digital, a Zoomy kind of reading and staging from Untitled Theater Company number 61 that he founded. It's Untitled Theater with an ER.com, and that is playing from the 26th until the end of November. So I think it starts on Monday and then plays for a month. Also want to let you know that again on Monday, Peter Felicia is talking with former press agent Josh Ellis about politics and musicals in their talk in Philly, Boston, or Baltimore. That is at the York Theater online, York Theater, and this is re.org. Also, I want to let you know that the Tuckerberry actors Michael Tucker and his wife Jill Eikenberry are going to be in a Wallace Shawn play reading online, and this is happening on the 28th, so I believe that is Wednesday. The New Group is what's putting that on, thenewgroup.org. I want to let you know that on the 30th, Tanya Pinkins will be conversing as part of Live at the Lortel.com. The Lucille Lortel Foundation and Theater is doing these talks with actors and theater people. Tanya Pinkins is taking her turn on the 30th. Also happening on the 30th, our more recent friend, well, actually they're both pretty recent, Penny Arcade is doing her solo show, Notes from the Underground, online, and you can watch it at PangeaNYC.com. So Pangea is a club. They've been closed, or at least not doing theater stuff, but they have got their website, and they're going to play Penny Arcade's Notes from the Underground. This is happening later in the week on the 30th. Playing now through early November, Richard Nelson's new play, Incidental Moments of the Day, featuring our friend J.O. Sanders. It's a benefit for the Stage Directors and Choreographers Foundation, and you can watch it at the applefamilyplays.com. I want to remind you that Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano, every couple of times a week, they do a song, one of the classic songs from the repertoire, and they post those on their YouTube page, Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano. Julie Halston has her virtual Halston Fridays on YouTube. Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com, which you should totally check out. Dr. Demento still having his old and new Dr. Demento shows at drdemento.com. SoundsOfBroadway.com is a website of musical theater 24/7. Stuart Brown, our friend, founded that website. And finally, Bob Cudmore, doing podcasts of upstate New York history, bobcudmore.com. Oh, and let me also mention, even though he can never watch the show on Saturdays because he's modern Orthodox, but Charlie Gross is his Fringe Festival show. He's posted that on YouTube and as many places he possibly can. So look for Charles Gross and his YouTube channel, Two on the Aisle, and also you'll find stuff that he and Leslie have done, including their new podcast, Critics Circle, and all their old episodes of Two on the Aisle. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. Okay. Any more from Short now? No? All right. Yay. And also we have Jeffrey Moser maybe watching at home, and he can maybe he can play on. So let me turn off the music and get back to the show. It's just about noon here, Eastern time, in the Daverhood. You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. Potatoes, chickens, microphone, and more stuff to do. Our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, our Dave's Big Dictionary segment, and our Today, Yesterday quiz. We have some cool questions for you. So here's the deal. There's no real rules now. I'm just going to read a question once or twice. You're going to think about it and then see if you get the right answer. If you feel like typing in on the Facebook page or in the watch party, by all means, see if you can be the first to come up with an answer to these trivia questions, all of which have something to do with something that happened in history on this date, October 24th. Here we are on October 24th, 2020. There have been a bunch of October 24ths before then. Do you know your trivia about them? Are you ready, dear?
Yeah.
Ready? That's like a equivocal yeah, if I've ever heard one. But here we go. The year 1818. This 9-year-old pianist made his first public concert appearance in Berlin as part of a chamber group. He would soon become a composer and create such works as the Scottish Symphony, the Italian Symphony, and the oratorio Elijah. Can you name him? Dum 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 ba-doo. La da da da. I don't have my question mark prop. I don't see where I put that. Oh yeah. Oh dear. How can I do this without my question mark? But I will read the question again. And again, try and be the first to come up with the answer to the quiz question. We have a few of them. So the first one is, the year is 1818, October 24th, the day. This 9-year-old pianist made his first public concert appearance in Berlin when he was in a chamber orchestra, but later he became a composer who created such works as the Scottish Symphony, the Italian Symphony, the oratorio Elijah. Can you name this composer? I'm going to check my Facebook here to see if anybody's kind of tried to chime in with their answer on this. Let me see if I can do this. Love is in the air, quite clearly. Hold on, just see if I can scroll in and do it. Where's my page? Hold on. Sorry, Facebook is loading rather slowly. Well, let's see if I can make it happen. No, I don't see anybody.
You know what was, David? I'll give you.
Oh, did someone chime in with an answer yet?
Oh, I have one.
Ah, what is your answer, my darling?
Is it Lin-Manuel Noriega?
Yes! How did you pull that out of the air?
Oh, somebody gave you a like. Who did it?
I don't know. Again, but feel free to post an answer for this first
Somebody
question.
likes Lin-Manuel Noriega.
Well, do you want to take a crack at the answer, babe? Do you want
Is
to?
it Praveen Kumar?
It's not Praveen Kumar. No. I'll give you a hint, though. This, unless I am mistaken, this composer is also very or most well known for composing music for the Shakespeare play and ballet A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Oh, it must be Mick Jagger.
So close.
So is it Mick
The answer is
Jagger?
Tito Puente.
Tito. Oye, mi canto. Oye, oye.
No, the answer is I'm trying to see if I can give another hint. Let's see. He was a cool cat.
Cat Stevens?
No. What do you think of who's a famous kind of cat? Mm-hmm.
Hans Liszt?
No. I mean, that was the answer last week. No. The answer is, speaking of cats, Felix.
Oh, Felix Unger.
No, not Felix Unger. Who's the Felix composer?
I don't know.
Felix Mendelssohn. It was Mendelssohn. Yes. Who composed?
He was really a girl named Felicia.
It was not a girl named
Yes, he
Felicia. He was crying. He was actually Madame George. People don't realize that.
I believe he was.
All right, next question in our today-yesterday quiz. It's so much quieter without the other contestants. But we move all the way up to 1871. Following the shooting of a policeman and a rancher, 18 people were massacred, most of them lynched after being shot. What did they all have in common?
I know.
Oh, and by the way, I should have said, I'm going to make this a little bit perhaps easier. This took place in Los Angeles. Following the shooting of a policeman and a rancher, 18 people.
A lot of likes and laughs. Look at all that.
Likes and laughs are massacring and lynching. Okay.
What's coming up there? You know?
18 people were massacred, most of them lynched after being shot. What did all these people have in common? Okay. So see if you have an answer for this one. Again, no fair Googling, no fair,
Okay.
cheating.
DWB.
No, but I will give you the hint. Or, and so I'm sort of just saying, first of all, they were not black.
Give me the question again.
One more time. The year was 1871, the place Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Following the shooting of a policeman and a rancher, 18 people were massacred today. most of them lynched after being shot. What did they all have in common? And no, they were not all black. In fact, none of them.
They did.
None
They
of-
jaywalked.
They did
They
not jaywalk. Nope, nope.
They danced the lambada.
They may have, but it's doubtful. I'll give it another few seconds, see if anybody, and again, feel free to chime in your answers to see if you want to go for that. Let me see if I can get my,
No, nothing.
no, nobody want to take a stab on this one?
I think once they know you turn 50, they kind of.
Oh, yeah, waiting for more comments on here, but I'm not getting them. See, feel free to chime in. I'll read the question one final time. So here's the deal. Back on this date, in 1871 in Los Angeles, a policeman and a rancher were shot. And in some ways, as revenge, 18 people were massacred, most of them shot and then lynched. What did all those people have in common? Do you want to take a stab?
I have no idea what.
They were all Chinese immigrants.
Whoa.
And what happened, there were these violent Tong wars going on
Tom.
around the time, and they, it was sort of like gang wars in Chinatown. It just spread
Come
out.
on, everybody, do the Tonga.
It's been a Tonga. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't know if I have a war with someone with my tongue, how much damage can I inflict? I don't know how it becomes so violent. But yeah, it wasn't a black thing. They were all Chinese immigrants. Who knew? Who knew there was that kind of racism in this country? Who knew?
Nothing like internment.
Oh, certainly not. No. But all right, let's move on to our next questione in our Today Yesterday quiz. The year 1881. Levi P. Morton, the American ambassador to France,
Oh.
drove in the first rivet of what would become the Statue of Liberty.
Oh.
Now, we all know the poetic words of Emma Lazarus that are quoted on the
Yes.
statue. But what was the actual name of her poem?
Oh.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Give people a chance.
Was it?
No. It was not, as Joyce was saying, Ode to an Immigrant. Great, it would be the perfect title for it, but no. So on this date, the first rivet.
I think it was called Hamilton.
It's not. Wasn't that Hamilton? Drove in the first rivet of what would become the Statue of Liberty. Now, Emma Lazarus's poem is on the statue on a plaque. The whole poem is there. But what's the actual name
I'm looking at
of that poem? Well, that's no fair. And if you're not sure yet, I will give you a hint. Think big. Think big.
Oh.
I would not have known
That
this.
makes no sense.
What do you mean it makes no sense?
It's a male narrative, a word. The thing they refer to is a male entity. This is a male entity. I'm gonna check that out.
Oh, you mean you're talking about the,
Yes.
all right.
So why would they put a male? Oh no. But see, look, it doesn't have a gender, but most people think it's.
I think it's rather masculine. Well, the poem isn't necessarily talking about
it
this.
is. In the Greek,
Yeah.
it definitely is.
Yeah, but the thing
It's
is,
a male.
it's not necessarily talking about the statue. It's talking about America.
But it meant it's a statue that is much bigger than life, and
Ah,
that's the name.
There you go. So that's a hint also. Do we have anybody trying to, I don't know if anybody's trying to type in their answers and,
I can't see. I just got nothing on the stupid old Facebook. You stupid poopers.
oh, well,
Stupid poopers.
if you are typing in and we can't see you, maybe some other folks can, and still type in your answers.
I can't read them. So.
Yeah, I'm not getting any comments on here, although I would love to see your comments on our Facebook page or your answers to our trivia questions. But the answer is that Emma Lazarus's poem, which we all quote a couple of lines of. Give me, you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor, you're on masses, you're yearning to be breathe free.
So that's pre-Trump. Now it's like, I don't want them, get rid of them. I survived COVID.
Don't give us anybody. Yeah,
Everybody can go home.
keep your huddled masses, send us your hot Croatian women, I might marry them, but everybody else, so, but the answer
I'm
is,
good because I can count backward from 10.
why don't you give the answer since you found it on Google?
The Great Colossus.
The new Colossus.
What happened? My eating gadget says F.
Oh dear. It was probably on for 2 hours. And yeah. So it's the new Colossus was the name of Emma Lazarus's poem that was put on the plaque of the Statue of Liberty. All right, we're moving forward with more questions in our today, yesterday quiz. Are you getting any of these right? How are you doing? They're a little tricky. I figured I have like all these literary people and then these theater critics. I made them a little tougher this week. Go figure, no one's here. Next question is, 1901 is the year. Annie Edson Taylor, a school teacher, makes history by doing something dumb and dangerous. What was it?
Say it again.
Oh, it's a multiple choice, but 1901 is the year Annie Edson Taylor, a school teacher, makes history by doing something dumb and dangerous. What did she do? Was it, she drove on 12th Avenue in Manhattan from 33rd Street to 59th Street backwards?
No.
She walked a tightrope strung between Big Ben and the Palace of Westminster.
That could be.
She tried to assassinate Australian Prime Minister Edmund Barton,
No.
or she went over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
The barrel.
Wow, why do you say that? What
Because it
makes
just sounds like fun. And school teachers would do that. They would be like, if you read 10 SRA stories, I'll go over them balls in a barrel.
Is that your final answer,
Yes,
dear?
that's how teachers roll.
Does she roll out the barrel? Did Annie Edson Taylor in 1901 make history
She did.
by doing something dumb and dangerous? Did she drive backwards for like a mile? Was she on a tightrope between Big Ben and Palace of Westminster? Did she try to assassinate Edmund Barton, the Prime Minister of Australia? Or did this woman go over Niagara Falls in a barrel? Joyce thinks that the answer is that she did the barrel trip. But is that true? She was not chicken. You are absolutely right. It's amazing. If you go on Wikipedia, it's an amazing story. First, she did it with a cat.
Why?
She put a cat in the barrel to see how the cat would do. And the cat came out sort of bruised, but okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she went in the barrel, and she got like a cut over her eye, but otherwise she was fine. And then, she had to live it down for, she thought she would get really rich from doing it. She'd become famous.
Why would you think you'd get rich? It makes no sense.
Because you can become famous. She was the first woman to ever do
What
this.
is that? So who cares? Nobody wants to see a lady go over. What? Like, is she insane?
She thought she would live on that. She would be.
Why would she's an idiot? I mean, like, what kind of school teacher? I wouldn't want to teaching my kids. I mean, she'd be like, look at me. I went over the falls in a barrel. That's idiotic. No child should do that. She should have removed her teaching license immediately. Immediately. And also, ASPA should have got her for the cat funeral. She endangered an animal, a small animal, and then she made a fool of herself. That's not good. That's not good. No part of that is good.
Well, you'll be happy to know that she did not get rich from it. In fact, she hated doing it. She regretted doing it. And yet she was so hard up for money later in her life that she was thinking about doing it again. If she gets somebody to sponsor her.
What's wrong with her? She needs a lobotomy, not a barrel.
Oh, man. So Joyce got the answer right on that one and so much more. We have more questions in our today, yesterday quiz, but I'm so glad I asked that one. Oh my goodness. Are you ready for our next? Forget everybody else watching. This is you, Joyce. We're going to see if you get some of these answers right here. The year 1929. On this date, the stock market dropped nearly 13%, signaling the beginning of, this is not the question, but you can answer this.
I'm typing in quiz help for people.
Oh, well, it started the beginning. This was the literal beginning of the Great Depression, was October 24th, 1929. But what does this crash have in common with the financial flash crash of 2010 and the March 12th market nosedive of this year? And it's not just that the market lost a lot of money. What does this date have in common? I'll say it again. The year 1929, the beginning of the Great Depression, when the stock market today dropped nearly 13%. But what does this crash have in common with the flash crash of 2010 and the March 12th nosedive of this year in the stock market? What do they all have in common?
They were preceded by unemployment rates going up.
Maybe.
No, I'm not sorry.
I will give you a hint though, and knowing you might know this one. Think the son of Odin.
Son of Odin?
The son of Odin.
Is he like a hammer or something? I forget.
I thought you knew some of the Greek mythy things.
Give me more.
I have another one for. So think the son of Odin is a popular Marvel superhero guy.
Iron Man?
No.
Mitra?
No. You want to take a?
Colossus?
No.
The Flash?
I'll give you another hint.
Centipede?
Just to get to the son of Odin thing.
Yeah.
I'll do the, oh dear, I hurt my wrist and now it feels very bad and I'm sad about it because all over my body I'm
sore. Thor. Ah, you're good.
That's just the son of Odin part.
Oh shit. Okay.
So what do these three terrible dates in stock market hit?
Okay. People took Thorazine?
Great answer, but no.
I don't know. I can't even find the case wrong.
Well, the answer is and the reason this was the hint is that all of these things happen on what they call Black Thursday. And Thursday, the day of the week, comes from the god Thor, god of thunder. So that was the Thor's day, Thor day.
Oh, I get it.
And Black Thursday, I mean, there were a lot of, it's weird, but those Thursdays, there's been a lot of bad market stuff throughout history on Thursdays.
Thursday?
But these three were kind of specifically Black Thursdays.
That's really, was that how they did Black 47 ban when they got their potato blight?
I don't know if that was a Thursday. It's like, oh, please don't talk anymore about that. Never again. Never again. I know. We're doing our Today Yesterday quiz here on Dave's Gone By. It's time for our next question. And it's interesting that this literally happened on the same exact day.
Somebody will have pizza party.
All right.
I think for your birthday, they want to have a shindig.
Well, why do people think I turned 50 years old today?
Because they think Leslie said you turned 50.
I didn't. I wish I were going back in time turning 50. No, I'm 56 and I turned 57 in January. My God.
Happy birthday, okay?
Well, anyway, so here's the next question. 1929 is the year. Same year, October 24th is the date. Same date that the stock market began its monumental crash. Debuting on the thank you, on the NBC radio network tonight, the Fleischmann's Yeast Hour.
That's disgusting.
Better known by the name of its host, a singing saxophone player.
Kenny G.
You name him.
Kenny G?
No, Kenny G was not born back in 1929, even though he's got, like me, the hairline.
Todd Ullman?
Who?
Todd Ullman.
Who's Todd Ullman? I'll say it again. The year, same day the stock market crashed, NBC Radio Network debuted the Fleischmann's Yeast Hour, better known by the name of its host, a singing saxophone player. Name him. Want to take a guess on this one?
Kenny G.
It's not Kenny G. Let's see. What kind?
Your head on the screen, David.
What kind of hint? He makes more than a cameo appearance. He actually has a major role in the film version of How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying.
Michael Douglas.
Not Michael Douglas or his father Kirk. No.
I don't know what it is.
Musical singer
Oh, I got one. All right, Helene. Thank you, girl.
Do we have an answer?
Rudy Valley.
And the answer is
Yes.
not the street, but the alley. What am I saying? Not the mountain, but the valley. Well done. Well done, Helene. Yes, Rudy Valley made his debut hosting the Fleischmann's Yeast Hour, which almost immediately was called the Rudy Valley Show. You know, or what people referred to it as. Well done. All right. All right. This next one is going out to you, Helene, and of course to my wonderful wife, Joyce. 19. So before we had a question.
I like the name Helene too. It's very pretty.
We had a question that was specifically not about Black people. This one specifically is. 1935 is the year. Mulatto, a tragedy of the Deep South, premieres on Broadway at the Vanderbilt Theater.
Horrible.
Name the author who would later spend 20 years writing for the Chicago Defender newspaper. Give it a moment. Since people are playing along at home, I'll read it again. The year 1935, Mulatto, a Broadway play at the Vanderbilt Theater, which was either renamed or no longer exists. Name the author of the play who would later spend 20 years writing for the Chicago Defender newspaper. Okay, so give it a moment. We'll see if Helene comes up with it, and then I'll try and come up with some kind of hint for it.
She's smart. Come on, Helene, you're smart. Helene's smart and she's got mad library skills. Two things that are helpful in life.
Do we have an answer from anybody?
Rudy Valley?
Huh?
Rudy Valley.
It's not Rudy Valley. It's not Lin-Manuel Noriega.
Nope, Helene got a question mark.
Helene's got a question mark on this one.
That's a toughie. Thank you, Helene.
So I'll hint you on this one. Yeah. Spruce Goose.
Oh, I saw the Spruce Goose in California. Oh my God, he was the recluse, right? Oh my God, his mansion. The Spruce Goose. We went to see the estate of. He had those long nails. He was a hermit. He was played by Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, you're getting all of this absolutely right. She said Lorraine Hansberry.
Great answer.
No,
it's not Lorraine Hansberry.
What's the guy? I went to see that estate in California with my aunt.
He's not he's a hint to the answer, So this was not written by that reclusive dude with the alliterative initials of his name.
Not Herbert Hess, but it was
something. Oh, you're so close. No, not Hermann Hesse, no, but no. But Lorraine Hansberry was a very, very good guest. I think they were friends, actually.
Angela Lansbury?
It's not Angela Lansbury, no. No. This is, I guess, the dream of an answer is being deferred here.
I'm stupid.
No. It's a tough, if I given some of the more famous stuff, you would have gotten it instantly. So first of all, the answer to, oh, you okay? Thanks. The question, or the answer to the hint was Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes, thank you.
Yeah. So who am I looking for? Who is the writer of Mulatto, who also wrote for the Defender newspaper?
Oh, Herman Mankiewicz?
No. No, the answer is Langston.
Oh, Langston?
Langston Hughes.
Oh.
Yes, indeed.
That was a very weird clue.
Well, I was trying to, I don't have that clue written down. I'm just trying to come up with them because I don't have, at this point, Leslie and David and Larry Kirwan would have been arguing and whatevering and gotten it. So here's the deal. We have a couple.
Would have had a story of how she wrote on the Spruce Goose and, the kind of stuff.
So we have a next question. Oh, this one, I'm going to send this one out to Rabbi Sal.
Oh my God.
What?
You made Helene into a different Helene.
Oh, weird. Okay. Because for Rabbi Sal, everything has to be somehow touched by the Holocaust. So here's a question for you. The year 1940, October 24th, 1940, Adolf Hitler goes to Montreuil-sur-le-Loire to meet with the Lion of Verdun. Who would that be? Oh.
I don't know. It just came up as the heart. very cute.
Well, thank you so much. So Adolf Hitler goes to Montois-sur-le-Loire on this date back in 1940 to meet with the Lion of Verdun. Who would that be?
The lion?
The Lion of Verdun.
I know this because I remembered this. I was taught this, but I don't remember.
Oh,
The
well,
lion of what? Say the spell the name.
I'll spell it Verdun. I don't know if it's Verdun or Verdun.
Is it French or German?
Well, they met in Montois-sur-le-Loire.
So France. Was it the Gaulle?
That's a wonderful guess, but not
Okay.
that would have been my first guess. That if I Google this and figure it out and find it myself,
I choked on a lemon, so I'm injured.
All right. Let's see if you and Helene can collaborate on this one.
Helene is smart. Librarians know this kind of stuff.
So yeah, can you get collaboration with her going? Hint, hint.
I'm looking. I wrote thank you for her help. She's very good. She's got to think about it. Librarians are thoughtful people.
Well, it also there's a delay in.
Oh, that would have been mine. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Anything from Helene or from anybody? I'll also check my Facebook to see if anybody's
How many gooses?
chiming in. Oh, I can see Helene's things here. No, yes, no. Well, I'll give you.
No idea. I know.
All right. The answer is on this date in 1940.
Yeah.
Hitler goes to Montois-sur-le-Loire to meet with the Lion of Verdun. Who would that be? World War I hero and World War II traitor and collaborator, Marshal Pétain.
I thought he met with
Well, there was the English one. There was Chamberlain.
Who's the one that was the rat? The Italian mob guy. I forget.
Oh, not Mussolini. No, they were already in cahoots. But this was basically setting up how France wasn't bombed in World War II, and
it's all about friends, right?
and it was Pétain was a hero. He's a World War I hero, the Lion of Verdun. And then because he made those deals with Hitler, and vaguely anti-Semitic, this is what he became a traitor. They were gonna kill him, but I think for some reason they just let him live anyway. All right, we have a couple more questions in our yesterday quiz here on Dave's Gone By. Next question, we move forward 5 years to 1945. For 3 months. Oh, sure.
Oh, no idea, yeah.
For 3 months on this date in 1945, Gladwin Jebb did this before Trygve Lie took over.
David. They're runners, right?
What was this newly created job?
I know what it was.
All right, don't say it yet. I'm going to read it again.
They have to be runners or something weird. That's like weird.
The year was 1945.
Oh, I know what they were.
Well, don't say it. Let me read it again. No. For 3 months, Gladwin Jebb did this before Trygve Lie took over. What was this newly created job? I like this question. I don't think I would have gotten it, but I really, really like. Once you hear the answer, you're going to be like, "Oh, wow!" Well, let me see if Helene or somebody chimes in with an answer.
It's hard.
Yeah. I told you these are going to be hard, but I thought Larry Kirwan would be answering these. Oh, a hint. Well, I mean, think of these names like Gladwin Jebb and Trygve Lie. Not exactly your most common American names.
Like runners, people who are like running, marathon runners or something.
That's a really, really good guess.
Yeah.
But
or
it's
some
not.
Kind of sport.
Nope, nothing to do with sports.
No.
Although the idea of the Olympics is kind of a hint.
Were they pole vaulters? Helene says anything that's not in pop culture is outside her purview.
All right. You, of all people, I'm surprised don't know this one.
Me?
Yep, and when I tell you why, you'll know why. But think of it, you mentioned the idea of runners, right? Or pole vaulters or people in the Olympics. But what is the idea of the Olympics?
Were they the oldest of something?
No. They were the first two of something.
Women?
No, they're both men.
I don't know this. What do I do? I don't
Well,
know.
you might. It's something that you've done in your life where you would know.
They snowshoed?
They did not snowshoe. Nope.
What did I do in my life? Give me a hint.
I'm trying to.
I've never bobsledded.
Nope. It's not sports. It's got nothing
But
to
then
do
why are you
with.
talking about Olympics?
Because what is the idea of the Olympics?
Oh,
Yeah.
everybody's equal?
Nice.
They went for president? They ran for president of their country?
No.
They, I've never
I mean, I look like
Oh,
you should get this.
They
But
returned to school?
no.
They went back to school late in life?
Nope. And they did not star in an early version of Hamilton. They did not. No.
Give it.
The answer is that, remember, October 24th, 1945.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, graduated medical school.
No.
No.
Here, Gladwin Jebb
Yeah.
was the first acting Secretary General of the United Nations.
Oh, the UN. You should have said where I consulted me.
Well, yeah, okay. That would have given it a bit away. And then Trigby, he did the job for 3 months. And then Trigby Lee was the very
Why?
first Secretary
Because the
General.
UN has a rule that if you're over 60, you can't be an active employee.
Who's that? What?
Yeah, they used to have that rule.
Oh, yeah. But it's funny how we know like Dag Hammarskjöld and we know
Because
Kofi
he has a
Annan.
plaza, he has a plaza.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is like some we know and some was like, how is the very first
What are you
Secretary?
doing over there, David?
That was the very first Secretary General of the United Nations. Forgotten. Well, because his name was Trigby Lee. You know.
Because, I don't know, because we're stupid.
No, I'm just saying it's like sometimes we know the first president of the United States. You know, it's like a major thing.
Was that Moses?
Completely forgotten those two guys, but
Was that
yeah.
the-
Anyway, and then one of them was Norwegian.
Is it Moses?
It's not Moses. All right, here we go. 2 more questions in our today, yesterday quiz. The year 1951. So actually, I should have made, with David and Leslie not here, I should make this question easier, but here we go. Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy
Yeah.
star on Broadway in this comedy about a long marriage, a show that would later be adapted into the musical I Do, I Do. For 1 point, name the play, and for another, name the
I
playwright.
can't believe that.
I know. I mean, they would have. They
Of
would
course
come.
they would.
Yeah. So I'll read that one again. Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy star on Broadway in this comedy about a long marriage.
I know it. I know we talked about it, and when we talked about our plays that we reviewed.
Yeah. A show that would later be adapted into the musical I Do, I Do. Probably talked about it because Harvey Schmidt and Tom Jones was on this program. I'm sure he talked about that show. For 1 point, name the play, and for another, name the playwright.
Was it? I think it was Rent.
It's not Rent, but let's see how do I put this question to bed?
Sleeping Time.
No,
Sleeping.
no,
Sleepy Town.
nope.
Sleepy. Sleepy.
This is a tough one for non-theater people. I would switch it around and mention the play and then say what
They didn't
musical.
Give me a multiple choice.
Oh, a multiple choice. Well, no, because now that I've given away part of the hint. No, I'll just.
Bedtime for Bonzo.
It's not Bedtime for Bonzo. That's a pretty good guess.
Bedtime for Bonzo.
It's not 3 flyers. It's
2 flyers.
nope, other way.
4 flyers. 4 bedposts. 4 bedposts.
Close enough. The name of the play by, and you wouldn't know, the playwright is Jan de Hartog.
Oh yes, I would have definitely got Jan de Hartog. I can't even get anything. Jan de Hartog.
At least it's not Trigby Lee.
It sounds like a disease. I've got the yarn to Hartlong.
And the name of the show was The 4-Poster.
Oh, like the 4-post bed.
Yeah, right.
I got it.
The 4-Poster, that ended up becoming I Do, I Do, a very popular show with, oh my gosh, I can't think of their
Big
names.
Hearts and
Mary
Arnie.
Martin. What?
Big
Sorry.
Hearts and Arnie.
That's right. And oh, who was the guy from Victor Victoria and from Music Man?
Big Hearts and Annie.
That's him. Now, see, now I'm stumped. What the heck was his name? Who was the guy from the Music Man? Oh no.
I don't know. Hearts and Annie.
Hearts and Annie. It was. Wow. And from Mac and Mabel. I am blanking. Shame on me. Oh, anyway, we got one more question. One more question here on
This is very tragic.
in the Today Yesterday quiz.
This is a Oh, I just got out of Facebook.
Oh, whoops. Here we go.
On Facebook.
The year 1973. Speaking of police state, John Lennon sued the FBI for allegedly tapping his phone. The more things change, the more things stay the same, because this past August, which musician sued the Trump Organization for using 2 of his songs in his re-election campaign?
I knew this because I read it. It wasn't Fleetwood Mac, but it was some.
Well, Bill Clinton used Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow.
Beastie Boys are going to redo something for Biden.
Oh, wow.
I think they're going to do a Biden thing. I know that Trump used somebody and it was on my news feed. I remember reading it and thinking they were not happy.
Yeah, 1973 was when John Lennon on this stage sued the FBI for phone tapping. And now we've got a musician who is suing the Trump Organization.
Is it Beyonce?
The election organization, I should say. It's not Beyonce. It's a fair guess. For using 2, not 1, but 2 of his songs. And let's see, maybe Helene knows this because this is kind of pop culture.
Well, I read it. I just read it, but I don't remember who.
And I will give a hint, although this is kind of a tough hint.
Oh, I know who it is. Helene knows.
Helene knows? Yes.
You're getting a grin?
Yes.
Helene says Elton John.
No.
No,
It's not
that
Elton
was
John.
good.
Not Elton John. One of the, I mean, now maybe Elton is also suing or angry about Trump using one of his songs, but no, it's not Elton. One of the songs was called Devil's Sidewalk.
Oh.
Devil's Sidewalk. From an album, I will give this hint, called Greendale. That might give it away to Greendale.
Is it Green Day?
It's not Green Day. It's from an album, a concept album called Greendale, with this song on it, Devil's Sidewalk. And then the other song, everybody, I'll give it away if I just name the other song.
Comment.
I don't know Devil's Sidewalk.
No, the other one.
I can't get through Greendale. Could never get through once through that entire album. Any nope, nobody. Well, here's the deal. The other song that the Trump organization, I don't know how or why the Trump organization would use Devil's Sidewalk for its rallies. What that has, yeah.
They're in league with the
But the other song that they used,
yeah,
"Rockin' in the Free World."
Keep on rocking in the free world. That doesn't help me. Oh, Jimmy Buffett.
No, not Jimmy Buffett. It's not a Parrot Head song, no.
She's trying. I remember seeing it. Now I don't know.
Oh, man. Oh, I thought that would kind of give it away. And the answer is...
Freddie Mercury?
Well, no, it's not old. Not old.
Oh, Neil Young. Neil Young! Oh, Neil
Is the
Young.
answer, ladies and gentlemen.
You could have, how do you spell Neil? N-E-I-L?
N-E-I-L, yeah. Neil Young, and as suing apparently the Trump election organization for using 2 of his songs without his permission, and he's not a Trump.
Train and he'll be happy. He won't know. He'll be like, oh, that's great.
So anyway, that, my friends, was today's Yesterday quiz. Thank you so much, Helene, for typing in your answers. Thank you to my wonderful wife, Joyce, for taking part and actually, making a game, rather than just me reading a bunch of questions. Thank you. Are we ready to go? Even though it's already 20 to 1 in the afternoon? I'm sorry? What was that?
Did you use your word?
Not yet. That's next. We have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned still coming up, and then we'll go. But before that, I've got to go in here and I've got to dip into a book. And it's not going to be, at the moment, it won't be Larry Kirwan's new book, and it's not going to be the Bible, it's not going to be anything else, but it is going to be the Webster's Dictionary for Dave's Big Dictionary. Extra, tell all about it. It's Dave's Big Dictionary. So, what is Dave's Big Dictionary? Earlier in the program, Joyce went into this big old book from Webster's. It's the Webster's Concise Edition of the New World Dictionary of the American Language. And we've been doing this for a couple of years now, every once in a while, where Joyce will thumb through it absolutely at random, set her finger down on a word, and then my job is to think of something to talk about for a couple of minutes about that word. So this time, she put her finger down on police state, a government that seeks to intimidate and suppress political opposition by means of a secret police force. Police state. So just throwing things out of there, throwing things out. So first thing that came to mind is my favorite Husker Du song, which is Divide and Conquer, where Bob Mould is singing about how, if we're all so into our devices and so left alone and isolated, the police state is too busy and the neighborhood's getting out of hand. So we're living in terms of like the government not taking care of our needs and then the streets running wild because the police state is too busy. It's a great song called Divide and Conquer from Husker Du. All right, nothing really much more to say about that. But police state made me think of, first really thing that came to mind, me being a theater guy, of one of the few Tom Stoppard plays that I actually like. Saw it a few years ago on Broadway called Rock and Roll. And it's all about the time during, preceding, and just following the Prague Spring, because Tom Stoppard was a Czechoslovakian-born Jew, and he went through those years before emigrating. So he wrote about, and it was one of the plays of his that wasn't too arcane, it wasn't too obfuscatory. You could follow it. I didn't care that much about the whole Pink Floyd subplot, but the other stuff was real good, right? In a play called Rock and Roll. But it also made me think then, and now think now, of how someone like me with a big mouth, but also someone who is quite sort of nervous and doesn't take risks, would function and get along in a police state. Yeah. I'm thinking also, even though I despise her, Carol Churchill's play Mad Forest, about Mad Forest, about essentially a Stasi-like police state in Romania. How do you get by when your neighbors are listening to everything you're saying, and maybe some of them are being paid to report or being given special treatment or favors or promotions if they rat you out. Václav Havel wrote plays about this as well. Where would I be? Would I be okay? Would I just sort of skirt around the edges and the margins? And if I were creating theater in a place like Prague back in the late 1960s, would I hew to the state line? Would I be able to just write plays and just have this creative existence and be actually kind of happy in it and just not deal with politics, not write a piece that would make the powers that be unhappy and want to arrest me or perhaps disappear me? I don't think I would have the courage to brook that, as a person. I'm not that I'm ashamed to say it, but it's not something I'm proud of saying either. It's like, if I were on the radio, if I were on the radio in Czechoslovakia, I would have been arrested. Because at a certain point, if I'm doing what I'm doing here right now, and I had a job like that, where it was just announce the songs and talk to the people a little bit, there'd be almost no way but I could control myself to the point every single day where, at some point I would say something. At some point I would ask the wrong kind of question. At some point I have a party apparatchik on my show, and I kind of skirt some issue and then just ask something just in the wrong way to the wrong person at the wrong time, and then boom, I'd be off the air forever. Right? If it were more scripted stuff, though, if I were a filmmaker, if I were a theater maker, songwriter of the time, I think a songwriter would already try to skirt things a little and weave things between the lines and double entendre. But I don't know if I would have just the serious guts to go, or even if I were having a dinner party, and talking to friends and just acquaintances, friends I didn't know quite so well. Would I have the freedom to say what I really felt about the government, about the leader, about Russia, whatever it is? Even in that situation in my own home, would I just self-censor? Would I be like, look, it's not worth having a moment's worth of a good argument with somebody, or a conversation, or just letting out what's in my heart for a moment, and then having someone across the hall overhear it through the wall, and then sends people to take all my papers, right? Mess up my room, arrest me for a week.
That's not good.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's what police state makes me think of, because millions of people have had to live, whether it's East Germany, and let's face it, they deserved it, or Prague, or even on some level Argentina, or Mexico at times. You're living in this place where everything you do is kind of being looked at all the time with an eye towards, are you breaking the rules, right? And I mean, people don't even like I don't even like the cameras in traffic lights, right? It's sort of like, what do you need to know? I'm driving, I'm trying to obey the laws of the road. Do you really need to have a camera if I'm sitting there in the car at a light and I'm changing the radio station, or I'm picking my nose, right? Does somebody need to see that sitting in a room with a black and white monitor? And it's like, oh, he's just picking his nose. He's not doing anything. He's not jumping the light. He's not running a stop sign. He's just picking a winner. Who needs to see that? Who's watching that? What satellites are up there that are already seeing what they do? Who's listening from the FBI to the chatter on our cell phones, just to make sure we don't say the word, terrorism or World Trade Center in the wrong way, and suddenly they roll back to every conversation we've had for the past 6 months, and they start listening in to whatever we've said or typed or written and so forth. And it's easy to say, oh, I'd be brave, I'd just be let them. I've got to be free. No, people get along. You just want to run to the shop, get your food, have your meal. You want to put on the TV and escape. You want to read a book? You can read a book. If it's a book that the government doesn't like so much, you read it in your bedroom, and then you put it in a hiding place so nobody else sees it, right? That's what we do as people, man. We get by. I'm a get-byer. And I feel a certain freedom here when I'm not doing that, when I get on the air and I say something that I know is pushing the envelope, right? Because I'm not afraid in this context. And there are times that I should be. I have a job in a school district at the moment.
But there'll be a time, like in the next election,
Yeah.
depending on the president, discussing these things will be problematic for people.
Maybe.
Discussing race theory.
It's possible. But what I'm saying is, if I'm on stage, or I'm writing material for the rabbi when he goes on stage, and I'm purposely pushing buttons because I can, and because part of me needs to nudge somebody out of their comfort zone. Part of me needs somebody sitting in audio, half the people in the audience laughing and then enjoying and nodding, and a couple of people in the audience going, oh, because that's the beautiful part, right?
People
But
always have that.
yeah, I need that. But would I live without it? You're damn right I would. if I was afraid of going to jail, right, or just somehow winding up in a killing field in Cambodia or somewhere, I might
Remember, like our
not
friends
make
in
the joke.
Argentina just disappearing.
Yeah.
A lot of the
Yeah.
academics were just
Los
disappearing.
desaparecidos.
Yes.
You know, I way back on this program, we had my old friend Scott Rogalitz on the show. We both went to Russia together, and then we actually went to Czechoslovakia together. And he was dealing with academics over there that I met, and we all went out for drinks, lots and lots of drinks, and went to a dacha. Oh, that's my recorder. Just got full battery tapped out. And one of those guys working in sociological African art studies in this university in St. Petersburg, not Moscow, but St. Petersburg, Russia, was later killed. Somebody opened his front and shot him, right? So you think, but you don't think. And what would I, if I were an academic in that situation, how vocal would I be against Vladimir Putin?
Nobody says anything. Academics are pretty lame now.
Are they? Well, some are.
I think.
Some are. But anyway, that's what police
There's
state.
no academic colossus,
Oh, I'm sure there must be.
Even the unions aren't helpful. My friends who have unions, the unions are turning against their own people. It's like, come on now.
Well, it's the times that we're, and everybody, especially during a pandemic, you get the panic. I mean, I talked about this last week, maybe, or 2 weeks ago. 18 years ago, somebody wanted to put explosives in his shoe and blow up a plane.
There you
Guy couldn't even do it. It was the go on him is an idiot. And now, 18 years later, they make us take off our shoes at the airport. And if you don't, you get, I'm sure, searched and held and maybe arrested, and the cops all over you because you're refusing to comply with something that's kind of stupid to begin with. And yet, we're so afraid. It's not a terrible inconvenience. But the government is telling you what to do, something stupid, and you're going like, look, it's not so much out of my way. If I have to take off my shoes, it's an extra minute in the air, I'm fine, whatever. I just want to get to my destination and have the government and have the police and have the airport attendants leave me alone, right? So we accept that. What else? How far from a police state is accepting that to other things? What will we accept if the third wave goes really, really crazy? We make fun, and I make fun of all the Orthodox people in Borough Park in Williamsburg right now who are like, how dare you make us wear masks and not gather and not have lots of people in the synagogue and not have big weddings. How dare, the science isn't there for what you're saying, and you're impinging on our right to free assembly and to practice religion freely and openly in this country. And we think, oh my God, they're super spreaders and they're stupid, and why can't they just wear masks? And why can't they just obey and figure out ways to pray and have their things either through distance or other manners? Why are they creating riots and all these problems for people who are just trying to save lives? But the other aspect of that is, if this third wave comes, what won't we ever be able to do again? And how many lives is it actually saving? How much are we giving up, and are we going to give up if the third wave is horrible? That we really don't have to, but it's the government saying, can't have our, the government didn't stop the rallies and the riots and the Black Lives Matter things, right? Next time they will. If Trump gets elected, there'll be a mandate, and he won't tolerate. But they may not tolerate just marches, peaceful marches, and they'll deny permits because they will say you can't.
It's gonna be just, everybody needs to vote.
Well, you know what? If Biden gets in, it'll be worse. It'll be the same thing, because Biden would say, no, you can't have 50,000 people marching on one. They're not going to be distanced.
But he'll respect some intellectual freedom.
One assumes, one hopes. But what do we give up? I guess I went right back to what I was talking about last week. What do we give up and what do we keep? Anyway, I keep doing this program. Thank you, man. My wife keeps, my wife is saying that this is deep. I'm going a little too deep here. Talking about police state.
On 3 hours, 53 minutes. 3 hours, 53 minutes,
Yeah.
and 59 seconds.
I gotta finish up soon, but not before.
We're at the 4 hour mark, Bubba.
We're gonna go the opposite of deep now. Now we're gonna go as shallow and horrible as I possibly can, because you know what it's time for, man. Now Larry Kirwan was our guest in the Daverhood before. He's an Irish-born musician and New Yorker, wrote tons and tons of lyrics, and I'm sure he was familiar with Limerick, Ireland.
I don't think so. I
But
don't think he would support this Limerick.
no, nobody should support this. So Joyce and I were living in Colorado for several years. I got it into my head to start writing
Hercules.
little baby poems about, what are you talking about?
Poem.
Yeah, about all these different places that
Birthday.
we were living
Happy
in.
birthday, honey.
Yes. Thank you. It's not my birthday. Not even. I'm so far beyond my 50th birthday. I'm should already be in the grave at this point.
No, you should.
Why? Thank you. So,
You went a little deep there. That frightened me.
but I'm not going to be deep here, and I'm certainly not going to be lovely in our Colorado Limerick of the damned.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
So ever since we've been living, or were living in Colorado, I went through lists of towns and cities and counties in Colorado and started looking for ones that I could make short limerick poems of. Sorry about the grammar there. And you know, a limerick is A-A-B-B-A is the stand thing, just one little short poem. And because it's a limerick, though, they have to be mildly risque or horribly risque and disgusting and amusing. Let's see oh, this one, amazingly enough, is not sexually dirty at all. This is actually, it's horrible, but it has absolutely no sex in it. Because we're going to divide Colorado. Divide Colorado. Now, Divide is smack in the middle of Colorado. It's right near, right on Pikes Peak. And for a town with only 100 people in it, it's got a lot going for it. It's got gift shops and restaurants and a state park 6 miles south, and of course a Mennonite Christian camp.
Oh, don't we all have that?
By Mennonite. Mueller State Park and Rocky Mountain Dinosaur Resource Center are also there. So it's kind of, it seems like a really cool place to go. Divide in the middle of Colorado. And this is kind of interesting. It's also known for having a jail where the Texas 7 were held. These were lifer prisoners in a jail from a Texas prison who got out of Texas and managed to make it to Colorado, where they were apprehended and they were held in the Texas jail when the police got them. So all of that going on in Little Divide, Colorado. And so in honor of that, this is really a rather damnable little poem here. Our Colorado Limerick of the Damned for Divide. I knew an old man in Divide, whose manner was surly and snide. I took a big poker and pummeled that joker, then spat in his face when he died. Send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby at AOL.com. davesgoneby at AOL.com. Also, you're welcome to post your comments all week long. Either send me messages on Facebook if you are an official Facebook friend, or you can post under the show. I love to see every comment that we get. Would love shout outs, would love suggestions for guests or things to do on future episodes. So either right here on Facebook or davesgoneby at AOL.com. Also, I want to remind you one more time that davesgoneby.com is our website, DAVESGONEBY.com. That is where all the archives reside. Every show, just about, that we have ever done, and every interview, and every sketch, and every bit is there, waiting for you for free at davesgoneby.com. Do surf and check it out. And remember, you can either download things there as MP3s to listen to or watch anywhere at MP4s, but you can also just stream it. We have that option too. And speaking of streaming and stuff, archive.org, we put our old shows and interviews there as well, plus castbox.fm, which is where we lay our podcasts if you just want audio only. And we put a whole bunch of our stuff on YouTube also. It's just YouTube tends to muck with it. And then I always forget to mention this. If you're on this Facebook page, you know that all you've got to do is just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling down to all the shows that we've done here on on Facebook. So 3-4 years ago, when we started doing the video of Dave's Gone By and broadcasting it live via Facebook, it saves them. It's fantastic. It can get kind of very arduous to keep scrolling, which is why I recommend using davesgoneby.com for the archives instead. But if you wanted to just stay on Facebook and watch our old shows here from the last 3 or 4 years, by all means. It's all different ways towards the same end, my end, Dave's Gone By. It remains for me to do some thank you very muches to some people. First of all, thank you to Rabbi Sol Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches. Rabbi Sol, he has a Twitter feed, which is at Rabbi Sol Solomon, SOLSOLOMON, at Rabbi Sol Solomon, and his website, of course, shalomdammit.com. We'll also thank very, very much Judy Jacksina, the press agent, Judy Jacksina, for setting up the interview with Larry Kirwan. What a marvelous,
Yes, David.
absolutely yes.
How do you, I mean, I write a lot, you write a lot, but that's prolific writing.
Well, yeah, he sets aside a couple of hours every day and he does what he does, you know.
That's a hard job, yeah.
And check out his old albums with Black 47. And he also has 2 solo albums that he's done. And read his books. And let's all, fingers crossed, wait and hope for those 2 or 3 musicals that he was talking about coming to Broadway or off Broadway or some theater in some fashion next year or the year after. Larry Kirwan, find him, KIRWAN, and it's why we've named this episode Cur Your Enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. So, I also have to thank my darling and adorable and wonderful wife, Joyce, for helping out so much during the show and dealing with Facebook's technical. It's more important to me that you're part of the show, that you're answering some of the questions, that you're tumbling. But we will be back, God willing, on Halloween next Saturday. Woo! Pretty spooky, huh, kids? Our Halloween show, which will just be like any other show. I don't know if we'll have a guest. We're hoping we'll have some people populating our Today Yesterday quiz. But either way, Dave's Gone By next Saturday, 9 until noon or thereabouts, Eastern Time, right here on our show on Facebook, Saturday, October 31st, 2020, the 770th episode of the show. Well, yeah, especially since I'm only 50. I must have started.
You really started when you were a zygote. You did great.
Yeah. Those zygote shows were good. They were short, but they were good.
In utero is the name of the show.
Anyway, I've got to be zygoing.
Dave's gone in utero.
Well, as long as someone comes along with some food to feed us. Or in honor of Larry Kirwan, who was on MTV Raps. I don't even. Not going there. It's 4 hours. It's time to end the show. Have a wonderful week. Have a safe Halloween. We'll see you back here 7 days from now. And let me do this. Where's my outro? Where's my theme? Here it is.
And that was news.
Oh, wrong one.
And that was news.
Remember I used to do the news gone by? That was where's my? Oh, I know I got it wrong. Here we go. There it goes, the Daverhood, and Gone By.
Days gone by, days gone by, days gone by.
So, Potato, what'd you think of the show? Oh, Potato. Was there any part that you really liked? He's upset because the guy we had on was from Black 47, which was the terrible year of the potato blight. So that just soured him on the show. So you didn't like me talking about the police state, and think the Limerick was cool, the Broadway stuff. Well, are you going to tune in next week and give it another try? Okay, if you give me some ketchup, I'll give you some ketchup. Yay! Yay! Ketchup for everyone who watches. Dave's Gone By next week. Gone By.